Good morning to everyone. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation is here called to order. Good morning, once again. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the staff. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience. This is June 27, 2022. And it's a special day because I get to introduce three students who are interns who will be working in my office for this summer. We also have some other interns who will be working at other government offices and agencies throughout the District of St. Croix. But I'm honored to have with me three very smart, intelligent young people who started to work last week and are doing an extraordinary job. I would like them to stand as I introduce them. Malika Blue. Thank you. Demario Obias. And Mr. Franklin Martes. They're here with us today, so thank you all for being part of the team. They began working last week, and it has been a pleasure having them in my office as they learn firsthand about the work that is being done here in the legislature. I also would like to take this opportunity to thank the Legislative Youth Advisory Council members, who Mr. DeMarios is a part of, who were sworn in earlier this month on June 6th. It was a pleasure for me to serve as the legislature chair alongside with the youth chair, Anthony, and all these young people, seeing them taking charge and to ensuring that their voices are heard. We have a dynamic team of young people, and I look forward to them working with them, I should say. Also, we know it's summer, and a lot of our summer camps are in full swing now, and I had the opportunity to visit some of them and speak to the counselors and students and those that are leading these programs, as well as seeing the teams in action and our children, seeing them engage in different learning environment, in the academic and also cultural, vocational, and fun different activities. So I wish all the camps in the territory a safe and enjoyable summer. And it's great to see them back out after COVID. We know that because of COVID, we didn't have our young people out and children in most of our summer camps. So it's beautiful to see our kids back out and engaging in these summer programs. As this is the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, please allow me to congratulate Virgin Islander Michelle Smith on her athletic achievement. This young lady is truly a role model for our youth, demonstrating that you can achieve great things if you work hard. So as she has done with her gold-winning performance, we're very proud of Ms. Smith. We wish her all the best luck as she represents the Virgin Islands at the World Athletics and U20 Championship in Cali, Colombia from August 1st to the 6th. So congratulations to Ms. Smith for her outstanding performance, and we know she will do great in this championship competition. Today, the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation will hear testimony on the status of the horse racing in the territory. Later today, we will also hear testimony on Bill 340267, which establishes the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas under the auspices of the Department of Planning and Natural Resource. So I'd like to thank the testifiers for coming today. When we held the hearing last month on May 24th to get an update on the status of horse racing in the territory, a large number of the key stakeholders were unfortunately absent. Some presented their excuses, but it's safe to say that my colleagues and members of the Horse Racing Association, as well as the general public, were a bit disappointed and frustrated given that many of our questions were unanswered. Today, we are eager to learn when the horse racing will resume in the Virgin Islands and what's their status. This committee and this body may be able to assist in moving forward and assisting in this process. That said, I look forward to a most productive discussion today as we hear and get status updates on these matters. We will now proceed. Madam Clerk, can you please proceed with roll call, please?
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff absent. Sorry, he's present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson present. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph present. Senator Stephen D. Payne. Senator Stephen D. Payne absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion present. Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would also would like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Noble Francis. Senator Francis, thank you and welcome. Good morning to you, sir. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead and read them at this time.
June 27th, 2022, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Chairman, Youth, Sports, Parks and Recreation, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, St. Croix, VI 00804. Dear Chairman Carrion, due to circumstances beyond my control, I will not be attending the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks and Recreation meeting scheduled for today, Monday, June 27, 2022, at the Fritz E. Lowetts Conference Room on the island of St. Croix. I am kindly asking to be excused from this meeting. Please forward all documents received at the meeting to me via email at spayne@legvi.org or to my office. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Stephen D. Payne, Sr., Senator at Large, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please mark the senator excused. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks and Recreation, Monday, June 27th, 2022, 10 a.m., Fritz E. Lowetts Conference Room, St. Croix, Revised 1. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks and Recreation has scheduled a hearing for Monday, June 27th, 2022, at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lowetts Conference Room on the island of St. Croix to receive testimony on the following. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The committee will hear from key stakeholders regarding the state of the Virgin Islands horse racing industry, including but not limited to the franchise and development agreement for the Randall Doc James Racetrack and the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack. Invited testifiers, Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation. Robert E. Huckabee III, President and CEO, Southland Gaming of the Virgin Islands, Inc. Andrew Dubuque, CFO, Managing Partner, VIGL Operations, LLC. Jason Williams, General Manager of Racing Operations, VIGL, LLC. Hugo Hodge, Chairman, VI Horse Racing Commission. Elroy Bates, Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Clinton Hendrington, President, St. Thomas Horsemen Association. Lunch, 12 p.m. to 12:30 p.m. Block 2, 12:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. Bill number 34-0267, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports. Amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401 to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial park system. Amending Title 32, Chapter 2 to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system. Amending Title 33, Chapter 3 to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund and the Recreational Parks Revolving Fund. Repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for all other related purposes. Sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Invited testifiers, Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Honorable Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner of Property and Procurement. Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of Property and Procurement. That's the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's welcome the testifiers this morning. In order to do so, let's do a quick mic check. I think everybody is in Dubuque in St. Thomas, and in Dubuque on St. Croix. Can we start? Let's start with St. Thomas and ensure that everything is running smooth. Commissioner White? Commissioner White? Can you do a mic check? Hearing you over here.
Morning, Commissioner White, Department of Sports, Park and Recreation.
Coming through loud and clear. Good morning, Commissioner. Who is representing Mr. Robert Huckabee?
Good morning. My name is Shane Gaspard. I am representing Southland Gaming. I'm the Chief Operating Officer.
Good morning, Mr. Gasper. Who's representing the VA Horse Racing Commission?
Good morning, Sheldon Turnbull, Commission member representing Horse Racing Commission in place of Mr. Hugo Hodge, Jr., Chairman.
Good morning, Commissioner Turnbull. And who's representing St. Thomas Horsemen Association?
Hi, good morning. This is Leonille Furet. I'll be representing St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association, but Mr. Clinton Hendrington would also be here.
Okay, can you turn on your camera? Oops. Good morning. Who's representing the Flamboyant Horsemen Association?
Good morning. Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horseman Association.
Good morning, President Bates. And who is representing VIGL's Operation LLC?
Good morning, Jason Williams, General Manager of VIGL Horse Racing Operations.
All right. I think that's everyone for this morning. Everybody's coming loud and clear. Good morning to all testifiers. Let's begin with the St. Thomas Horsemen Association.
Hi, this morning we didn't redo a testimony because we presented one last time. And we haven't had any update.
Are you going to read the last testimony to the record?
Okay. Give me 1 minute.
Will you do that? We're going to move along then and have Mr. Bate, the president from Flamboyant Park Horsemen Association. Mr. Bates, you're recognized. It's your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Carrion and other members of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation. I am Elroy Bates Jr., President of the Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. On behalf of the Flamboyant Park Horseman Association, thank you for the opportunity to deliver testimony to the Committee on Youth, Sports Parks and Recreation. As you requested, the Flamboyant Park Horseman Association is here to deliver testimony on the status of horse racing in the Virgin Islands. Senators, we, the members of the Flamboyant Park Horseman Association, are fed up with the slow and stagnant progress that horse racing in the Virgin Islands has taken. August 6, 2017 was the last race day on the island of St. Croix. That is way too long. We, the horsemen, have been taking all the blows for the past 5 years now. The horsemen have been breeding and maintaining their horses, hoping to see them race, with just disappointment after disappointment. Although prices at the feed shops have nearly doubled, we continue to feed and care for our horses. Today makes the third time we are here in front of the Senate in 4 months. Hopefully we get some answers today on when construction and racing will resume at the Randall James Racetrack. Senators, the Flamboyant Park Horseman Association, thank you for your efforts to get horse racing back in the Virgin Islands. Hopefully today we get the answers we seek. Once again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Bates, for your testimony. Honorable Commissioner Calvert White, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Samuel Carrion, Chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, committee members and non-committee members present, central staff, and the listening and viewing audience, good day. I am Calvert White, the Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, here to testify on the USVI horse racing industry, included but not limited to the status of the Randall James Horse Racetrack and the Clinton Phipps Horse Racetrack. In 2016, the government of the Virgin Islands executed a franchise agreement with VIGL to be the leaseholder and promoter of both horse racing tracks on St. Thomas and St. Croix. Before the agreement, the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation was responsible for maintaining and operating the Clinton Phipps Racetrack. Because of the franchise agreement, those responsibilities were removed from the department and assumed by VIGL. The 4 employees stationed at the Clinton Phipps facility were transferred or reassigned. In 2019, VIGL notified the government of the Virgin Islands that they would no longer be responsible for the track maintenance, returning those responsibilities to the GVI. However, due to a lack of human and equipment resources, DSPR has been unable to maintain the facility. The site has become deplorable with overgrown grass and brush. On March 22nd, 2022, I testified before the Committee of the Whole on the proposed legislation for developing the Clinton Phipps Racetrack. I included the status of both the territory's horse track. The primary purpose of that hearing was for the executive branch of the government of the Virgin Islands to seek approval from the legislature to amend the current franchise agreement with VIGL to allow Southland Gaming of the VI to develop the Clinton Phipps Racetrack. Not long after, the members of the 34th legislature favorably voted to amend the franchise agreement, allowing the GVI and Southland Gaming VI to move forward with the development agreement for the Clinton Phipps Racetrack. In June 2021, VIGL notified the horsemen at the Randall James that they were prepared to resume construction and asked that all horses and persons at the track be removed from the premises. The letter was sent by myself to the Flamboyant Horse Racing Association asking them to remove all horses from the stables, in which they complied. I want to personally thank the members of the Flamboyant Horse Racing Association and the owners of horses housed at the Randall James Racetrack for complying. Since then, I have seen minimal to no movement on the track by VIGL. It was my understanding that once we were able to remove all the horses from the stables, construction at the facility would continue shortly after. At the last VI Horse Racing Commission meeting I called a motion requesting the commission to approve the use of funds from the Horse Racing Improvement Fund to clean the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack and move all the overgrown grass, including trimming the mangroves on the infield. That motion was voted on and favorably passed. The chairman of the Virgin Island Horse Racing Commission requested the director of the VI Lottery to transfer funds per VI Code Title 32, Chapter 13, 246, 11, 4I to the Horse Racing Improvement Fund. The VI Code Title 33, 3044C allows money deposited in the Horse Racing Improvement Fund to be spent on improvements to and the maintenance of the horse racing within the Virgin Islands. Once those funds are received and available, and with the approval from the Commissioner of Property and Procurement, we will select the lowest bidder of 4 companies who submitted quotes to complete the removal of the overgrown brush, both around the track and on the surface, allowing horses to train and exercise. Please keep in mind that removing the overgrown trees and brush is only half the issue. Once the more difficult job is complete, the department will need equipment to drag and manicure the running surface. We will need a water truck to wet the running surface periodically. In an informal conversation with Southland, they have agreed to assist the department with maintaining the facility. The department have secured a John Deere tractor and is awaiting a brush hog attachment that will significantly attach in keeping the facility grass in order. I now want to express my disappointment with how the May 24th, 2022 Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation hearing was conducted in reference to this department. On May 4th, 2022, I received an email from Senator Carrion's office inviting me to appear before the Committee of Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation on May 24th, 2022. 5 minutes after receiving that invitation, I responded that I would be unavailable to attend the hearing because I would be out of the country traveling with the under-17 Virgin Islands national baseball team. I attached my travel itinerary with a purchased ticket. I understood the importance of the hearing, so I requested it be rescheduled to a date when I would be available. The chair's office declined my request. On the date of the hearing, I rescheduled my morning meeting with the Minister of Sports of the Dominican Republic and attended Block 1 with the Caribbean Drag Racing Association. Unfortunately, I could not reschedule my afternoon meetings and was unable to participate in or listen to Block 2 concerning the state of the Virgin Islands horse racing industry. It was frustrating to listen as a member of this body attacked this department about not appearing when the chair's office was fully aware of the reason for my absence. Not once did I hear the chair explain why I was not in attendance. I have always been forthcoming and gone the extra mile to assist any senator whenever needed. At the very least, why I could not attend should have been explained. The hearing that I was told could not be rescheduled has been rescheduled for today, and I am here. It is our job, both legislative and executive branches, to work together for the benefit of our people. The Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation is looking forward to seeing horse racing resume in the Virgin Islands, and I will continue to support all efforts to achieve it. In fact, I implore all that is listening to this testimony to visit the department's website, dspr.vi.gov, to review the proposed rules and regulations for thoroughbred horse racing in the territory. The first draft of the rules and regulation is available for public comment until July 22nd, 2022. Please submit your comments to Dr. Laura Palmenteri at laura.palmenteri@hpr.vi.gov. I look forward to our continued collaboration, and I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner White, for your testimony. Mr. Shane Gaspier, you're recognized.
Good day, Chairman, Honorable Samuel Carrion, honorable members of the 34th Legislature Committee on Youth Sports, Parks and Recreation, testifiers, and the viewing audience. My name is Shane Gaspard. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Southland Gaming of the Virgin Islands, Inc. Pursuant to the settlement agreement between Southland Gaming SGVI and the government of the Virgin Islands, the ratification of this body and the subsequent signing of the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., SGVI entered into a development agreement for the construction and the rehabilitation of the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack located in East Nadir, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. In an effort to provide you a full project update, this testimony will cover our current efforts surrounding contracting and agreements, on-site inspections, and design and planning. SGVI has been working with the Department of Property and Procurement on the behalf of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreations on the development of a formal access agreement, which shall provide the necessary terms and conditions for SGVI, its representatives, its contractors to access the racetrack property for all the necessary construction activities. We hope and expect this agreement will be completed within the next couple weeks. For 12 months prior to the settlement agreement, SGVI engaged its primary contractors, vendors, including surveyors, civil engineers, architects, and structural engineers, mechanical, electrical, plumbing engineers, and grandstand subcontractors and vendors, as well as it began an on-site inspections of each. There was a great deal of work completed prior to the completion of the settlement, as demonstrated in the plans and renderings that we provided before. Since the passage of Bill 34244 and its enactment by the governor as Act 8577 on April 25th, 2022, we have re-engaged those primary contractors and vendors and began the process of completing the engineering and architectural work that had begun prior to the bill passage. On May 16th through 18th, 2022, members of our development team met on site with CSD Engineering, our civil engineer, to complete the detailed assessment of both on-site and off-site inspections for the civil engineer team. To be completely familiar with all necessary infrastructure components of this project. Since this site visit, CSD Engineering has continued working through the construction drawings for the project and holding regular meetings with the team. Civil design and engineering efforts will continue for the next 6 to 8 weeks before submitting an initial plans to the appropriate regulatory office for review and initial permitting. During May and June 2022, the local surveying companies have both been working through their own and off-site boundaries, topo, and as-built surveys. The on-site survey work is now completed, and the off-site survey will continue to the end of June. On June 22nd through 24th, 2022, members of our development team met on site with Richard Barrios, architect and structural engineer, Shane Ramsey, draftsman, and Ernie Cruz, MEP engineer, to complete a detailed assessment of the existing structures that are being renovated and retrofitted, while also completing a full site assessment of the existing utilities, infrastructure, and overall site layout to ensure the overall aesthetics and functionality of the finished project met the expectations of SGVI and the government. The architectural design and engineering efforts were also continued for the next 6 to 8 weeks before submitting initial plans to the appropriate regulatory offices for review and initial permitting. We have specifically targeted the repair of the northeastern portion of the southwestern roof portions that are originally the barns and stables or shed rows, which suffered hurricane damage in 2017 and has rendered the few stables unusable for the past 5 years for immediate action. We're in the process of reviewing quotes to repair the damaged area and enhance its appearance and strengthen the roof of the structure. We also have immediately focused on the repair of the existing cistern and the facility, which will be a foundation of the new jockey headquarters at the track. We'll also be repairing the portion of the gutter system which directed water from the roofs to the 2 above ground cisterns and repairing or replacing the pump system so those systems can be utilized. On June 23rd, our team spoke to 2 contractors who inspected the cisterns and agreed to submit quotes for repairs. On June 23rd, 2022, our team also scheduled meetings with Mr. Marlon Hibbert, Director of Coastal Zone Management, and Mr. Alvin Newton, Chief of Inspections. This introductory meeting was requested in order to provide representatives with the opportunity to discuss the project and all the necessary codes, regulations, and set expectations for timing of the project. Additionally, the past 12 months, as demonstrated through the renderings provided, SGVI has been working with engineers, manufacturers on design of the grandstands and has selected a manufacturer and installer and is currently working through a formal subcontractor and vendor agreement, which we expect this agreement to be completed very soon. Throughout the month of June, SGVI and its representatives have also made necessary arrangements to meet with the various local contractors and off-site and officials on site at the racetrack to discuss the current and future construction activities and work related to the project, as well as the necessary steps to have the training for horses and interim racing back on schedule for 2022. In closing, SGVI remains very committed to performing the necessary steps to complete this project on time and bring horse racing back to the Virgin Islands. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gasper, for your testimony. Mr. Jason Williams, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Again, good morning, Senator Carrion and other members of the legislature. I'm Jason Williams, General Manager of VIGL Operations, and I'm reading a statement by our CFO Managing Partner, Andrew Dubuque. Dated June 21st, Dear Senator Carrion, I received your letter inviting me to provide testimony at a committee on youth sports parks and recreation meeting scheduled for Monday, June 27, 2022. Due to prior commitments, I am unable to attend the meeting. However, through this correspondence, I am offering this written testimony, which can serve as VIGL's operations update to information provided by VIGL Operations General Manager of Racing Operation Jason Williams at last month's meeting. As Mr. Williams mentioned during the aforementioned meeting, we received a draft document from the government highlighting several points discussed and debated over the past few months in an effort to move ahead with the development of the Randall Doc James Racetrack in St. Croix. We received the document, made some changes, and submitted the revised draft to the government. We are waiting word on this modified draft. Beyond that, we have put our construction contractor on alert so that we can move ahead immediately once we reach an agreement with the government. We certainly wish things would happen much faster. However, we are working within timelines and constraints that we do not control. Unfortunately, on advice of our legal team, I am unwilling to offer much more information at this point. We are at a very critical and sensitive juncture with our talks with the government. It has taken a considerable effort to reach to this point. Any further disclosure may compromise the negotiation, resulting in a setback I am sure no one wants to happen. However, we remain optimistic and encouraged that we will successfully conclude our talks with the government. More so, I will be happy to meet with you and your colleagues to discuss our plan in detail once there is an approved agreement in place. VIGL operations are aware that St. Croix residents are looking forward to seeing the sport return. We share in this excitement and are working diligently to make it happen. To that end, we remain committed to the project and look forward to a successful outcome. Sincerely, Andrew Dubuque, CFO, Managing Partner, VIGL Operations.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Sheldon Turnbull, Commissioner Turnbull, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning. I'm reading a prepared statement by Hugo V. Hodge Jr., Chairman of the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission, to the Committee on Youth Sports, Parks, and Recreation, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, June 27, 2022. Good day, Honorable Senator Samuel Carrion, Chairman of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Youth Sports, Parks, Recreation, Honorable Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr., Vice Chairman, members of the Committee on Youth Sports, Parks, and Recreation's Honorable Alma Francis Heiliger, Honorable Jaban James Sr., Honorable Carla Joseph, Honorable Franklin D. Johnson, and Honorable Dwayne M. DeGraff. Good day to the other members of the 34th Legislature present, testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Hugo Vincent Hodge Jr., and I continue to be humbled by the opportunity to serve the Virgin Islands as a member of the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission. Honorable Senators on the Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, I was asked to provide testimony providing an overall status on horse racing in the Virgin Islands, including the operations and accomplishments of the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission. During the time immediately prior to COVID-19's impact on the Virgin Islands and the world, the Virgin Islands Horse Racing Commission, VIHRC, satisfied many of its mandates and responsibilities. In January of 2020, the VIHRC considered and approved the racing staff positions and their respective jurisdictions. In February 2020, we completed the racing rules and regulations, rules regarding drug testing, anti-doping, made concrete arrangements for training of track personnel, approved OTB locations, and successfully negotiated an agreement with VIGL and the Horsemen Associations that would have created a temporary horse racing schedule during construction. This schedule envisioned carnival races on St. Thomas on Friday, May 1st, 2020, and the rest of the temporary schedule would have taken place on St. Croix. The rules and regulations, as well as the anti-doping policy, were shared with the horse owners on both districts. The intent was to schedule in-person meetings with the horse owners, get feedback on both policies, take them into consideration, submit the final version to the governor, and then submit it to the legislature. Due to the impacts of COVID-19 and the lawsuits between Southland Gaming, VI, SGVI, and the government of the Virgin Islands, GVI, all plans were put on hold. Since this time, the GVI bifurcated the contract with VIGL by district, clearing the way for them to focus only on the Ronald Doc James facility on St. Croix. The horse owners were advised of VIGL's need for them to vacate the premises to allow for construction activities to commence. Unfortunately, very little to nothing has taken place as we approach a one-year mark of the evacuation of the horses from the track. GVI has also come to agreement on St. Thomas that settled the lawsuit allows for SGVI to develop the Clinton Phipps Racetrack facility. While GVI and SGVI finalized the agreement that allows for SGVI to commence activity at the facility, the Commission has made plans to clear the running surface, infield, and maintain the mangrove utilizing funds from the Horse Racing Improvement Fund, which comes from revenue received from the VI lottery. In addition to this planned work at the St. Thomas facility, the Commission has resumed their required due process for the establishment of rules and regulations, inclusive of the anti-doping policy for the VI horse racing industry. As required, the VIHRC has started a 30-day running online of the rules and regs, allowing for members of the public to have access. It can be viewed on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John's source. After the completion of the 30 days, we will summarize and forward the compiled comments to the AG's office. We will also plan and schedule meetings with the horse owners associations to gather their feedback and input. In summary, after a period of stagnation caused by COVID-19 and the aforementioned lawsuit, we are once again seeing movement towards live racing, and the Commission is making great strides to ensure that we are ready for that standpoint. From that standpoint, the Commission remains available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Turnbull. Ms. Phipps from the St. Thomas Horsemen Association, you recognize your testimony.
Ms. Furet, in contacting our president, my testimony was not prepared for today because the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association doesn't have any updates in reference to the Clinton Phipps Racetrack, but I will be present to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We will now go into some of the questioning this morning. Like I said, the purpose for a committee hearing today is to be able to answer questions that my colleagues have that were brought forth on our last hearing, and we weren't able to get responses due to the reason that not all the testifiers were present. Some were excused, some didn't, some provided testimony, some did not, and we thought it was important to get a full picture of what the status of horse racing in the territory. We also needed to have an opportunity for our listening audience to know what's the status and what's happening, we will go into a round of questions, and I will start with my colleagues for that round of questions. Senator Frankie Johnson, you're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience, and good morning to the testifiers. I would like to start my round of questions with the two Horsemen Association, Mr. Bates and Ms. Phipps. I saw where in Mr. White's testimony, they spoke about using some funds to do some work on the track on St. Thomas. Have anyone made any contact with any of you to discuss the use of these funds? Have you had any opportunity to have any saying about the use of these funds? Start with Mr. Bates, and then we go to Ms. Phipps.
No, Senator, we have not been in contact with the Racing Commission. Commissioner White sent Vice President Marcus Knight an email stating that the commission meeting would have been on the 16th of June, while the meeting was held on the 15th. He did send back an email to Vice President Knight. I think it was at 1 o'clock, and 1 o'clock the afternoon of June 15th, while the meeting was at 4 o'clock. So we never got to attend that meeting, and no one discussed nothing with us.
And to Ms. Rice?
It's Ms. Purette, and yes, we did receive an invite about the same meeting for Thursday, I believe it was the 16th, at 4 o'clock, which we did plan to attend. The day before, I think maybe around 6 the evening, my president called in reference to attending a meeting on Wednesday, which I didn't have any correspondence for. So he told me that he saw an email maybe after the meeting started, maybe around 5, saying that the meeting started at 4 o'clock. So he didn't receive that email till late Wednesday. So we were not able to attend that meeting either.
You know, the reason I asked this question is I wanted to clarify the airwaves, because I heard the same information that both of you are delivering here today. And it's very disappointing, because you guys should have had us set to the table with the use of these funds. I am very disappointed with this type of decision. And I wanted to make sure I hear it from the horsemen and their representative, that they didn't have a fair stake to a decision that is being made for funds that I think we talk about using to be put for added purses. And it's very disappointing to me to hear that decisions are being made, but we'll get to the bottom of it at some point. Commissioner White.
Yes, we will.
Good morning, Mr. White. How are you doing?
I am fabulous.
I realize that we spoke about these rules and everything. How come these rules haven't been sat down with the horsemen and discussed prior to putting them online? Because right now I'm understanding that this is to the public, but I haven't heard of a meeting or a discussion with the horsemen them to discuss these rules.
It's a question?
Yeah.
So there's several processes in promulgating the rules. One of it is sitting down with the Horsemen Association to go over the rules. Another part about it is making it public so that the community can weigh in on it. That's why it's posted on our website. It will also be posted in the media, which is the newspapers and all of that. But I want to correct something that you said, Senator, and I'm glad that you brought it up. The last horse racing commission meeting was sent out for Thursday the 15th, which was in error. That meeting was canceled and resent for Wednesday. Everybody that was on the meeting invite for the Thursday was also on the meeting invite for Wednesday. And I could show you the time and all the names that was on that email. Unfortunately, as Ms. Ferret said, Mr. Hendrickson didn't see his email till after the meeting was held. But everyone that was on the Thursday meeting also got the Wednesday invite.
Did you hear Mr. Bates respond?
Absolutely.
And what's the situation with the St. Croix horseman?
As I stated, Senator, everyone,
2
if
minutes.
you got the meeting on Thursday, you got the meeting for Wednesday. And the good thing about emails is that record is saved. So I will be presenting the email thread to this body so that they could see everybody was invited for the Wednesday meeting.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Gasper. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Can you tell us what engineering and architectural work had started prior to the passage of this bill, of the bill?
We had just met with some architectures and engineering firms that came down. We have no contracts with them yet. We wanted to begin the conversations prior to the signing of the bill. We wanted to be ahead of the game.
And I noticed in your statement you spoke about going on the track with different engineers. Have you ever gone on the track and have a discussion with the horsemen, them, especially in the St. Thomas district?
Senator, I'm not part of the development team, and I personally have not been on the track, but we have team members that have been on the
1
track
minute.
and have spoken to the horsemen.
I'm hearing, conflicting things here because if I'm right, the young lady, I keep messing your name up, I apologize.
Mr. Gaspard, yeah, that's fine.
No, Ms. Furette, have you had
Yes.
any discussion with anyone from Southland Gaming at any time since the passage of that bill?
No, sir, we haven't.
This is
30 seconds.
It isn't sounding good. It doesn't look good, and you're hearing conflicting stories here today. And at some point, we need to really sit down and say, what are we doing? Are we for real? Are we serious or not? And we cannot continue moving forward without having discussion with the people who is going to be racing the horse. We cannot. It won't work. So we must find time to sit down and have discussion with both Horseman Association, the St. Thomas,
Time.
and the St. Croix. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm quite sure we'll have some more rounds. I have a lot of questions today I would definitely like to get in. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Senator. You have another question you would like to in the second round? Very well. Just to try to follow up on what the senator was mentioning, Commissioner White, with regards to that email, and I thank you for saying you were going to submit it to this body. You said that originally the meeting with the commission was scheduled for Thursday the 15th. Is that correct?
That's correct. It
Okay.
was sent out as for Thursday the 15th. That was then canceled, and the invite was resent for Wednesday the 14th.
What I'm trying to get clarity on, the meeting was scheduled for Thursday the 15th, or that was sent out in an error?
It was an error. It was an error.
It was sent out in error. Okay. And then you said a follow-up email was sent correcting that error. Commissioner?
Repeat that, Senator.
Yeah, a follow-up email was sent correcting that error and stating the
A
correct
follow-up
time
invite.
and date.
Senator, I have the email in front of me. I'll have it printed and have somebody's in the chambers get it to you so that you can see that everyone that was sent for the invite on Thursday also received the invite for Wednesday.
And when was that sent out, Commissioner?
Say that again?
When was it sent out, the corrected email? What day and time?
Let me pull that email up.
And while you do that, in response to your testimony, I just wanted to explain that as the chairman of this committee, I did state it for the record that you were unable to participate because of your prior engagement and that you had submitted testimony and you would not be present. And I encourage you to look at the recording of the meeting because we're not playing any games. That's exactly what I stated. You were excused and you submitted written testimony. If you could go ahead, you could forward that email to my office, and we will appreciate that.
I'm having my assistant send it to you right now.
Thank you. Were you able to identify the time and date?
7:16 a.m. Wednesday morning.
On the Wednesday morning. And the meeting was scheduled for at 4 p.m.
4
that
o'clock
same
in the
day.
afternoon.
Okay. Was a courtesy call given to the members?
Senator, there's about 30-something people on this email thread. I never call when we send out the invites. It's also sent to media. Interestingly enough, Daily News, The Source, Avis, that got the invitation on the Thursday, was actually present to the invitation and the meeting on Wednesday. So the invite was sent out. Again, unfortunately, members may have not looked at their emails at the time that they received the second one, but an invite was sent for the Wednesday.
Yeah, I hear, Commissioner,
Wednesday
but I mean,
meeting.
given the circumstances in this particular email that it was sent in an error, I think that the least that could have been done would send a call because the email was sent
I don't
then
have everybody's
in
phone
the
number. I'll
morning.
be the first to say that. I don't know all of these people's cell phone numbers. What I do have is an email thread of everyone that we send the invite to when we have a horse racing commission meeting.
We'll move right along. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, testifiers, for being here. Mr. Turnbull, you have a Facebook page? Personal Facebook page?
No. Not to my knowledge.
You don't have a personal Facebook page?
I don't do Facebook. There may be one under my name because of my business needing, as its popularity grew, needed something, but I don't do Facebook, no.
The reason why I'm asking you that question because you're representing the Horse Racing Commission here today. This is not rocket science. All this thing about email and agenda and this and that, I would advise the Horse Racing Commission to look into this Facebook page. It's called the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission. We also have the same for the Indiana Horse Racing Commission, the Oklahoma Horse Racing Commission. You can go on the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission page. You can find out the agenda, what was discussed. We shouldn't have to be having individuals forwarding emails showing proof of anything. So I'm just kindly asking that we get up to the date when it comes to technology, at least our website or Facebook page.
Did you ask me, Sheldon Turnbull, or did you ask if the Horse Race Commission have one?
Mr. Turnbull, with all due respect, I didn't ask you a question yet. You already answered the question. You said you don't have a Facebook page. This is my time. What I'm basically saying, for transparency, we need to have a Horse Racing Commission Facebook page where we can be able to go up there and see the agenda and what has been discussed. I want to give credit to Commissioner White. I know he has a website, and he has the Horse Racing Commission members and the board members and what have you, but it's not his job to put all the necessary information on that website, just the basic stuff. So I'm basically making a suggestion to open a Facebook page, because it's not hard. And I know Mr. Hugo Hodge has a Facebook page as well. I do follow him on Facebook, so let us get a Facebook page. And like I said, if you want to take a page out of the book, go on Kentucky Horse Racing Commission. Everything is there. Now, as far as the Horse Racing Improvement Fund, Mr. Turnbull, can you let this body know how much is in that fund currently?
We believe it's somewhere around a little over 300,000. We're not certain of the numbers as we've just been given that information.
Thank you. And as far as the scope of work, I know you made mention, I think it was Commissioner White, made mention that it went out to bid. I'm not asking you for personal information as far as what they are bidding and what have you, but as far as the scope of work, Commissioner White, has that been prepared when it comes to the racetrack and St. Thomas to utilize the Horse Racing Improvement Fund?
Yes, Senator. It's mainly maintenance and upkeep. The mangroves right now are overgrown. I think they're supposed to be, 4 feet high. I have already went forward with the process of getting a permit from DPNR. We've submitted that permit to DPNR for approval for that work to be done.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving ahead with the island of St. Croix. Mr. Williams, I know you made mention in your testimony you can't say much, but I must admit, for a man that can't say much, you always find time to come down here, so I respect you for that. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the last hearing, I know when the finance chair came in here, you start to light up and you start to answer certain questions. But I will ask you here today, I know currently there are negotiations, but do you have any timelines as far as when those conversations will end so we can see some forward movement on the island of St. Croix?
No, Senator, I can't tell you at this point when that might end. You know, since the last time I was here, I think I had mentioned that we had just received, I think like a day or two before I got to the hearing, that we had just received a document from government.
So when was the last time VIGL met with the administration, specifically the governor of the Virgin Islands, to discuss?
I think that was before that hearing. I know it must have been a couple of weeks before that hearing.
Give me a date. You know a date?
I would have to go back and check my records to see. But I would say a couple of weeks or so before that hearing. The hearing was on the 24th, I believe, of last month. So it may have been around the 10, 12, somewhere in there, maybe. I'm not sure.
So ever since then, you have not had a sit down with the administration as far as the negotiations that is currently going on?
No, we haven't had a sit down. They have sent the document, like I said, to us. We have returned a revised draft based on what they sent us, and that's where we are at this stage.
So you have an idea when is the next meeting?
No, I don't.
So right now, you're just up in the air. So who is going to make the next call? You waiting for the administration to call you? The administration is waiting on you to reach out to them. What? Are we trying to find out what's going on here?
Well, we are waiting for word from them on the revised draft that we sent down. We have not gotten an official word yet in terms of them sending back anything to us saying, well, you know, yes or no, or whatever the points were that we indicated. We have not gotten anything in writing from them. Now, I've heard unofficially, I've heard that yes, that we're close, and this is going to happen, and this is going, you know, we're going to get there. That we're really close to getting this wrapped up, but again, nothing official in terms of a document, an email, or anything.
The last time you were down here, you said that the conversations basically that are being had when it comes to the Randall Doc James Racetrack, that the conversation looking nice and everything is going well.
That's correct. That we were encouraged. I think that was my exact words, that we were encouraged by the conversations that we've been having with them.
Awesome. Mr. Turnbull, as far as the rules and regulations that was submitted and is online at the DSPR website, can you mention to us what is the next step now that it's uploaded? Can you just break it down to us, what to expect moving forward?
Basically, as I was stated in the testimony, it has to go from there. We'll get public opinion. We'll get that together, get it to the AG's office, and it'll move forward from there.
Awesome. I like that you mentioned that. But nowhere in there you discuss a sit down with the horse racing associations. It is not needed.
Minute.
Is it not needed or something? There's no need to sit down with them?
Within the testimony, it states that after it's got public approval, what we got the information from the public, it will be sat down with the horse owners. We had a meeting some time way back as well, back in 2020, as we were getting those things formulated. We had different meetings where some of the horse owner associations were present. But as it pertains to as it is right now, after it's have this public
30 seconds
out there for the public to determine, then it will be have that sit down with them before it moves forward from there. It's listed in the testimony.
Mr. Bates, my time was gone. Mr. Bates, based on the past, has that been the process? Do you agree with that process?
No, Senator.
Explain to us what should happen.
Well, I don't know the correct process, but I think they should have met with us first before it was sent out to the public.
time.
And your reason for that?
Because it's affecting us.
Well, listen to this. My time was called. I don't want to abuse it. But I really hope and pray moving forward that the Horse Racing Commission can get a Facebook business page, so we don't have to be asking individuals to be saying what's this, what's that. We should be able to just go there, click on a link, be able to see the minutes. Right now, we can't see any of the minutes, and this is a agency or an organization that is under the government, the purview of the government, and it needs to have some level of transparency of what is going on with the Horse Racing Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Website, Facebook, business page, one of the other.
You are welcome, Senator Javon
Senator,
James.
if I may clarify some information that I gave you.
You may, and please, I want to ask all the testifiers to please state your name for the record so you can be properly identified.
Sure. Commissioner White, Sports Park and Recreation. First, I sent an employee to open your email address so that you could see the emails that were sent out and who was sent it to. And I want to clarify that the original meeting was sent out on Wednesday, June 8th at 4:18 p.m. for a meeting scheduled on Thursday, June 16th. On Thursday, June 9th, which was the next day, at 7:16 a.m., that meeting was changed to Wednesday, June 15th. So this is not the day before the meeting. The notification was sent out a week before the Horse Racing Commission meeting. And this is why I don't call people, because emails leaves trails and is documented. A week before, it was corrected and sent out to everyone for Wednesday.
Senator,
You currently have those documents in your email.
thank you. Commissioner, who attended that commission meeting?
We had 6 members. I think only 1 member was missing, which was commission member Ron Phillips. The other commission members were there. We also had members from the Daily News, I think the Avis, and the Source.
Very well. Commissioner, who is responsible for the maintenance of both horse tracks and territory?
Currently, that would be the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. However, I will say that on St. Croix, currently, VIGL still has a presence on the Randall James facility. So I think, I know for the meantime, they have been the one maintaining the grass at the Randall James.
So according to both agreements with both entities, is maintenance included in those agreements?
Yes, it was included in the VIGL agreement, and the current agreement that we are in the process of doing with Southland, they would be responsible while they have access to the track.
All right, I'll allow my colleagues to continue probing in the line of questioning. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience, as well as the testifiers. I wanted to just follow up with a conversation that the chairman asked regarding the agreement. Kindly indicate for us, Commissioner White, what agreement are you in negotiation with Southland Gaming for, so that they can actually have and put in place the maintenance agreement and the maintenance
Thank you, Senator.
plan?
Calvert White, the Commissioner of Sports, Park, and Recreation. Because Southland Gaming VI does not have a lease agreement, they would have to get permission to enter and do business on the property. The government of the Virgin Islands did initially send Southland an access agreement, which allows them access to the property to start construction. They, in return, sent back that agreement with some corrections. It is my understanding that the government does not have any objections to the corrections that Southland made. That access agreement is now with legal. Both legal of the Office of the Governor and Property and Procurement is reviewing that access agreement. And I estimate getting that agreement back for signature from myself and Property and Procurement to give to Southland no later than the next 2 weeks.
Beautiful. I like to hear that type of movement occurring. Now, although Southland Gaming does not have an access agreement, and the access agreement is critical because they have to assure of issues of liability, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but even though they don't have that, I noted from the previous testimony, which was read into the record, that Southland engaged in and participated in a cleanup assessment project at the Clinton Phipps Racetrack, and this occurred on April 16. So they are pressing on, and we're seeing movement and action taking place. And this was with a group of horse owners based on the testimonies that Southland provided. Do you, Mr. Shane Gaspard, who were these horse owners who participated in this cleanup activity at the Clinton Phipps Racetrack?
Yes, Senator, we're very proud of that initiative that we had to clean up the horse racetrack. I believe one of our leading persons that employs with us was out there also, and I believe Mr. Wacko is here today. He can also speak to
who is there
meeting with
today?
the horsemen.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Gaspard. Who is there today?
Mr. Charles.
Mr. Chairman, can he come into the well? Because we have had some, if it's possible, because we've had some miscommunication here. And I believe it's in association with persons and the representation of our representation of thoughts that it was primarily horse owners associations. But it says here clearly, and it was read into the record, that it was horse owners that participated in a cleanup along with Southland Gaming on April 16th. And so I think it would be beneficial, Mr. Chairman, to have those individuals who participated in this cleanup along with the Clinton Phipps Racetrack to be able to provide testimonies relative to their effort to get things moving ahead at the Clinton Phipps Racetrack. Mr. Chairman?
I'm trying to figure out, you're saying that there's some
Mr.
people in the
Gaspard made mention, look, the gentleman right there. He is right there now in the well, Mr. Chairman. May I ask him some questions, if you would allow me to?
The gentleman did not provide testimony to this body.
But he is there, and you can make those decisions. I am just saying, Ms. Fura did not provide any testimony, but she did provide testimony from the previous. So if I would lean on the grace of the chairman to allow, because this was entered in, and Mr. Gaspard just indicated that I don't know who it is, he said he was there, Mr. Charleswell was there to participate in this cleanup, and this testimony was rendered at the last hearing that we had, Mr. Chairman. May I kindly proceed? Thank you. Yeah. May I kindly proceed?
You are proceeding with the testifiers that we
Mr.
have.
Charleswell, thank you kindly for being there.
Is Senator Joseph?
Mr. Charleswell,
Senator Joseph.
Yes.
You may proceed with the testifiers that we have.
No, but my time has not been called, and this is a procedural issue because he is here And the gentleman mentioned him.
Senator Johnson, please.
The gentleman mentioned him in his testimony about this, so I'm trying to clear it up because it's coming
1
with the
minute.
impression that it was the Horsemen Association that apparently Southland Gaming was communicating, and that's what's being said. I am trying to clarify the record and get to the meat of it, Mr. Chairman. That's all it is. And Mr. Gaspard indicated that this gentleman, he called his name out, and he's there. That's all it is.
30 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, a decision.
Your time is running, Senator.
Okay. Mr. Charleswell?
Senator Johnson.
Mr. Charleswell, when did you participate in a cleanup, and what was done? Have you been in communication with Southland Gaming?
Senator,
While we was there, we did a cleanup.
Hold on for a second.
My name is
please.
Calvert Charleswell.
He is not one of the
Calvert
testifiers,
Charleswell.
Senator Joseph.
Time.
Well, can he speak on the record? Because I'm just trying to get what the issues were relative to what occurred. Now, they submitted a document, and it says horse owners, and I've been saying it from the beginning. It was never the Horse Owners Association. It was horse
Senator
owners.
Joseph,
and to
your
find
time
out.
has been called.
I'm going to hopefully get another opportunity to speak on this matter because it's critical.
The
Thank
Committee
you so
on Youth,
much.
Sports,
and
Park, and Recreation will stand in recess for 1 minute. Good afternoon. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation is back out of recess. Just a moment. At this time, the chair will not entertain any other testifier that has not been identified in today's agenda or placed on the record. We shall continue with our line of questioning. Senator Johnson, identify your point of inquiry.
My inquiry goes to Calvert White, Commissioner. Did you not organize a cleanup day for community service on that track on St. Thomas?
Repeat that, Senator.
Did you not organize a cleanup day with students getting community service hours?
Yes, Senator. A cleanup day was led by the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. There was also several nonprofit organizations, some students, and I think 2 fraternities was also present at that cleanup, as well as we received some assistance from Southland Gaming for that cleanup.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
My colleague has a point of information. Senator DeGraff, I'm not sure you heard him.
Mr. Chair?
I did not. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Yeah. Yes, good morning. For the stenographer, that she'd like to have everyone, I guess, move closer to the mic. It's going in and out, and she's having a difficulty hearing. So you could inform everyone before you go. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the listening audience, the staff at the legislature. I know this is our second go around at this because we had a situation where quite a bit of the testifiers at the last meeting were not able to attend. The first question I want to ask has to do with, I'll direct this to the representative from Southland. We had an individual sitting here in the chambers that was trying to explain something, but we have decided that they cannot testify. I need some clarity because there seems to be a little bit back and forth as to who was invited and who participated in a cleanup at the racetrack here in the district of St. Thomas, St. John, Clinton and Phipps. So I'm asking the question whether through the commissioner or through Southland, please give us some detail. Did a cleanup exist in regards to horse owners participating to assist with cleaning up the track?
That's correct, Senator. Horse owners did participate in the cleanup. However, it wasn't the Horse Racing Association. And I think that's where the mix-up is.
Okay. I think we get some clarity. So we had owners that care for the track and they got together.
Was there to assist.
And they reached out to organizations, to include Southland, who said, we will assist. Does Southland have any legal obligation as of this moment to assist with the maintenance of the track?
No, Senator, we do not. We were very happy to be a part of this cleanup association that happened the other day. And like I said, there was horse, like the commissioner said, there was horse owners. I'd like to clarify that. And Southland also participated with bringing the youth out there, and we pay for the backhoe, the equipment that we use to do the cleanup.
So with no obligation whatsoever, because based on what I heard here, you guys are still going through negotiations to even get access to be able to do your part of an obligation of a contract. Once that's finalized, you will have the ability to access it. But outside of any obligation, you have been assisting.
That's correct, Senator.
That brings a lot of clarity to that. I also wanted to clean up something else because I'm an avid reader. One of the things that was discussed here had to do with the Horse Racing Improvement Fund and utilizing monies from that to clean up the track.
Correct.
I have been participating and following along with this for a very long time. And I am fully understanding that VIGL requested to be bifurcated in their contract so they would solely be dealing with the horse track on St. Croix. What I heard the commissioner say when they made that request and it was granted, they also removed the 4 maintenance individuals that they had here in the district of St. Thomas, St. John to deal with the maintenance. Now, it then reverted back, from my understanding, to sports, parks, and recreation.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So now sports, parks, and recreation, along with the Racing Commission, has tapped into the Horse Racing Improvement Fund to utilize some of these monies to maintain, clean up, do whatever to the racetrack, because this is what these monies are for. Am I following this correctly?
Correct.
One of the things that was stated here earlier is, why were the horsemen not a part of this discussion? And like I said, I'm an avid reader. And if anybody or any of the senators or the public took the time out to go and read Title 33, Subchapter 3, Chapter 111, 3044, it speaks to the Horse Racing Improvement Fund. And there's an entire outline and detail as to how this money is to be collected, how it's supposed to be monitored by finance. It speaks to who is supposed to distribute these monies. And it specifically says, and I want to read the last section of it. This is the most important part. Monies deposited in the Horse Racing Improvement Fund may be spent on improvements to the maintenance of horse racing within the Virgin Islands and for the operations of the Racing Commission.
You are 100% correct, Senator.
So the narrative that I'm here listening to, is it based on our own law? These monies are collected for the operation of the commission and to maintain and improve horse racing. So I am a little confused at the message that's being put out to the public right now, that something is being done wrong when all that's happening is you're following what the law says. Okay. So I'm gonna ask the Horse Racing Commission, have you guys have access to this money? Because from what I'm understanding, it's some over $300,000. Have you guys had any access to this $300,000? Because some of it is supposed to be used for your operations.
Not prior to what you're seeing now.
So you've never used a dime of it?
No.
So when my colleague was asking about Facebook and putting out information to the public, do you guys have employees to assist with getting any of this done?
No.
So based on what I'm hearing now, some of these monies could be utilized to assist you guys with running an operation to really help the horsemen in this territory.
Correct.
So I'm sitting here very perplexed, because if we are going to be serious about horse racing, we have to stop trying to twist and create narratives and put out to the public that are not factual. The law is the law. It is what it is. We have to stop it. I need to ask one more question. When we spoke about the horse racing associations, are these associations, Mr. Chair, may I ask my last question in this round, please?
Yes, you may wrap up.
Thank you. Are these associations, and I'm speaking to both sets of the representatives, are these associations organizations as private nonprofit organizations that have the ability to vote? Because I see representatives here. How do you get people to represent the horsemen within these organizations? Are you guys in good standing? How does these organizations work? Because I know the Racing Commission is under the government, but whenever you guys are here and saying you're representing the horsemen, from my understanding and the public's understanding, how are you guys set up? How do you help the horsemen? And how do you guys decide who's in leadership? And are both of the organizations in good standing as to the way they run currently? Thank you. I know there was the flamboyant, and I know Miss Ferret was there, and that's to both of the associations that are there. Both of them could answer me.
Okay, for the St. Thomas St. John Horseman Association, we have election that goes through it was a prior commission. There was the entity that would oversee the voting results. Then we have applications that we give out to our members for them to fill in the information for the owners of the horses and trainers. And yes, we are in good standing with the government.
Excellent, thank you. Flamboyant?
We do have elections run by the commission, and we are currently...
Sir, could you put your name on the record, please?
Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. We do have elections which are run by the commission, and we are currently not in good standings due to the previous association. They did nothing, but we are currently working on it.
Okay, thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
You are welcome, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. This time I would like to recognize the presence of non-committee member Senator Whitaker, Genevieve Whitaker. Thank you for being with us. And also non-committee member Senator Kenny Gittins. Thank you for being with us this afternoon. We'll be moving right along. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Please recognize Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I, too, want to join in welcoming our young people here this morning, and really to, they're the future, and to commend them for being here. So today we're having this circular discussion in regards to moving horse race forward. And, when elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. And in this case, we're talking about the horses, the horsemen, as well as fans and the community. We're hearing from the Horsemen Association that the horse owners are fed up. They're tired. There have been no movement. They haven't had a horse race since August the 6th of 2017, 5 years ago. Come rain or high water, St. Thomas Horse Track gonna be up and running in very short time. I know that, and again, I commend them for their energy and their effort to make sure that happens. August 6th, August Monday is right around the corner, so I know that there's a lot of movement to make sure that we're getting horses prepared to go over to the BVI to race. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner White, what is your understanding of once the cleanup is done, what happens after that?
Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation. First off, I want to put it on the record that this cleanup has nothing to do with August Monday races. I don't own any horses,
Commissioner,
but
the question is,
I don't think there's enough time to prepare horses for that.
The question to you, you're running my time out. The question to you is, what happens after the cleanup?
The facility continues to be maintained until Southland Gaming is given access to start construction on the property.
Very well. Thank you very much for that. And can a similar cleanup be done on the island of St. Croix? Can the track also be prepared on the island of St. Croix so that these horses on St. Croix could be ready for going over for August Monday as well?
Absolutely, Senator. As I stated in my testimony, there is nothing prohibiting VIGL from doing that currently.
Is there anything that prohibits?
VIGL is on the St. Croix track.
Is there anything that prohibits Sports, Park and Recreation from doing the cleanup and preparation?
Yeah, VIGL being on the St. Croix track. They currently have access to the track.
Very well. So, while again, you're doing the cleanup over on the St. Thomas track, Clinton Phipps track, you're still waiting for VIGL to do the cleanup on the St. Croix track. Have there been any discussion, any position taken by Sports Park and Recreation and the government of the Virgin Islands in respect to VIGL not moving this track forward?
Yes, me personally, I've been had several conversations with VIGL as far as their next move moving forward. And the consensus seems to be they are waiting for the completion of the negotiations between them and the government of the Virgin Islands.
Is there a timeline? Is there a deadline that have been established in respect to moving this negotiation forward, either by the government of the Virgin Islands, Sports Park and Recreation, or VIGL?
I don't have a deadline, Senator.
Say again?
I don't know of a deadline. I don't know of a deadline.
Very well. And again, VIGL, Mr. Andrew Dubuque, can't hide behind the curtains and not respond to these questions as well. What is being done? We can't continue to talk about just negotiation being done, negotiation being done. Why our horsemen, our horses, our fans, and the community wait for a decision to be made? What is being done? And Andrew can't continue to hide behind the curtain. He has to come forward. If there's an issue with the government of the Virgin Islands in this negotiation, then he needs to say that. But we can't continue to wait and wait and wait. Again, a plan without action is a dream. We've been dreaming too damn long. Yes, okay. What's going on?
Yeah, Jason Williams, VIGL General Manager, Racing Operations. What's going on? Again, prior to the last hearing we had last month, we had received a working document from the government of the Virgin Islands, and we returned. We worked on that, revised it, sent it back to the government.
2 minutes.
And we have not received any official word from them as to where we are at this point.
I'm asking Mr. Dubuque again.
His take is Dubuque.
Dubuque.
Yeah.
I'm asking Mr. Dubuque to come forward and say something. This community needs to hear something again. You know, this is the Virgin Islands culture. We need to hear something. We can't just continue to wait in the wind and just keep talking about negotiation, negotiation, negotiation. That's unacceptable. We need some timeline by which either you're going to do something or give it up.
Senator, I certainly understand and appreciate your frustration. Again, we are frustrated just like you. We thought that by now that we would have concluded negotiations, but for whatever reason, and I think the letter Mr. Dubuque sent in alluded to that, we just working with the time with the constraints given. We've certainly tried to get this moving and have made ourselves available so that we can close this out. But
so to be clear, the negotiation is happening with who?
Excuse me?
The negotiation is occurring with who? VIGL and who?
Government of the Virgin Islands.
Sports Park and Recreation, the executive branch, the
Office of the Governor.
Office of the Governor. All right.
Correct.
So, thank you. Mr. Bates, I heard your frustration today, and obviously, again, you've been waiting a long time. Is there an
30
opportunity?
seconds.
Again, we have August Monday. We have some races that's coming up. Your horses being prepared to do that. What's happening? Is there an opportunity for you to be able to exercise the horses? How? What is your take on how do you require access to be able to go on the Dr. Randall James Racetrack to be able to exercise and prepare your horses for races?
Senator, on Friday, some horsemen called me about traveling to Tortola. I don't know how they prepared their horse or how they are preparing their horses to run over there. VIGL has done nothing on the racetrack. I don't know where they are exercising the horses or whatever, probably in the bush, along the street, somewhere. But there's nothing we can do. All we're doing is feeding right now. We breed them because we're going to watch them mares them. They still have to feed them. So the breeding, hoping that maybe in a year or next year, we could run races. Because once they put on the surface, we're able to exercise. We probably need about 3.5 months to exercise the horses. Races could run while construction is going on. We're hoping VIGL will do that for us because it's been 5 years. So once they put down the surface, we could exercise and we could race. Calvert racetrack have done it, other racetracks have done it. We could do it. So we're hoping they could get that done for us.
And if VIGL don't do it, then I believe that the government of the Virgin Islands should do it as well.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your line of questioning. A point of inquiry by Senator Javon E. James. You're recognized, Senator.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of inquiry is along the same line of questioning of that of the previous speaker. As we speak about the running surface, can you just let us know, VIGL, forget about the grandstand and the barns and all those fancy stuff, just the running surface, how much is going to cost VIGL just to finish the running surface on the island of St. Croix for the Randall Dock James racetrack?
Senator, I don't have that information at this point. Jason Williams, VIGL General Manager. I don't have that information at this point. I know that at some point several years back, an estimate was done, and it was something like a couple $100,000 at that point. But again, that was a few years back. I don't, that information hasn't been updated at this point.
Small money. To the chair, I'd like to request that documentation. VIGL can send us that information because that's small money compared to building a grandstand and all that stuff. I don't want to abuse my time. Let us get a running surface at least completed and knock off on the island of St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator Javon James. And the Senator has asked in previous meetings with VIGL to allow the access to the horsemen to be able to train their horses in the facility. It's been years now, and these horses need to be trained. They need to be trained to be able to stay fit, to be able to compete, and we don't have an alternative training facility or track for them to use. And I continue to indulge and ask VIGL to make those arrangements and provide, even though if it's limited access to a horseman, so that they can train their horses at the racetrack. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My inquiry goes out to the Commissioner Calvert. Why, on page 3 of your testimony, you said the department will need equipment to drag and manicure the running service. Why would the department invest into these equipment if someone else is going to be running the track?
As the previous senator asked what's going to happen until Southland has given access, those equipment are going to be needed to maintain not just the facility, but also the running surface.
And what's the approximate cost for those equipment?
Senator, without having an invoice in front of me, I can't give you that. I will state that we already have a tractor located at the St. Thomas St. John racetrack. It does need some equipment and some maintenance, and we're confident that we can get that tractor up and running. There's also a harrow located at the facility also that we would be trying to get operational so that we can have that work done on the track.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, Senator Johnson. Commissioner White, I guess if you could clear up, because there might be a little bit of confusion, and I think you could help us out this afternoon. I know in your testimony on the first page, the third paragraph, you mentioned that in 2019, VIGL notified the GVI that they would no longer be responsible for the track maintenance and returning those responsibilities to the GVI. However, due to lack of human and equipment resources, the SPR has been unable to maintain the facility. This site has become deplorable with overgrown grass and bushes. So that's in your testimony. So what is the department planning to do to deal with this issue of overgrown bushes and grass on the St. Croix track?
On the what? On the St. Croix track, you said, Senator?
Yes.
I don't think we have that issue on the St. Croix track as far as the bushes and the grass. That issue is on the Clinton Phipps Racetrack.
So in this part of testimony, you're referring to the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack.
Correct.
Are there any
Keep in mind.
conversations? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Keep in mind, VIGL is currently maintaining. They're the one cutting the grass and maintaining the Randall Doc James facility currently.
Okay,
There's nobody doing that on the Clinton Phipps Racetrack.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. What is holding up VIGL then, Mr. Williams, from leveling the racetrack and allowing the horsemen to maybe practice and exercise and train their horses there?
Jason Williams, General Manager, VIGL Operations. The project is not moving ahead right now because, again, we are in the negotiations with the government in trying to clear a path forward and have an agreement that we can then begin the actual construction work on the track and develop the racetrack. That's where we are at this point.
And there are no timelines in sight.
In terms of completing the negotiation, there's not a set timeline in that I'm aware of. It's not for a lack of effort on our part. Certainly, we have, and me personally, have reached out on a number of occasions to the office of the governor, appealing to try to get this situation done so that we can move on. Unofficially, again, I've gotten some positive feedback, but until we actually conclude with it, or it's concluded with some kind of an agreement in place, signed agreement in place, I mean, we can sit here and talk about that, but until that happens.
In the testimony that you read into the record, Mr. Williams, you stated, "We are awaiting word on this modified draft. Beyond that, we have put our construction contractor on alert so that we can move ahead immediately once we reach an agreement with the government." Which construction contractor have you placed on alert?
Construction contractor, as well as the architectural team that'll be working with us.
Who is the construction contractor?
I'm not sure I'm at liberty to say, Senator, who the contractor is.
Have an agreement with a contractor?
Yes, we do.
VIGL?
Yes, we do.
Why wouldn't you be in liberty to provide who the contractor is if you already have an agreement in place?
Yeah, I am not sure of that. In speaking with the leadership, we just choosing at this point not to reveal all that information at this point.
Move ahead, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I sat here for a long time. And I think if we keep going down the road we're going, we ain't gonna solve nothing but frustrate each other, point fingers, call each other out, call names, you call me this, and then we're gonna still end up nowhere. For the St. Croix end with VIGL, I stand in support of the horse owners and getting horse racing going 100%. So wherever I could do, you need me to do to try make this happen between the government and VIGL to get horse racing going on St. Croix, I stand in support. Now we have Mr. Gaspard, and you are the new kid on the block, took over the horse track over here. You're hearing what some of the issues are and things that we're looking at. Horse racing has to happen here on St. Thomas. How can you make it happen, and give me some timelines in terms of what was passed earlier for your agreement? You now have the mantle for you to go and run with it. Give us something that's going to be concrete on St. Thomas that you could say right now.
Senator, thank you for that. Shane Gaspard, Chief Operating Officer of Southland Gaming. I may be the new kid on the block picking up this part of the project, but I've been here for 20-some years, my family and I.
Right.
And now that we're working diligently to assure the development team has a complete and in-depth understanding of all the existing facilities, utilities, and the grounds in order to have a full clarity on the aspects of the construction project. It'd be irresponsible for Southland Gaming just to jump into this. That's why we started early. It'd be irresponsible for us to say that we can do this project without even knowing what the project was. So our due diligence started 12 months before this contract was even signed. We looked at grandstands and the cost of grandstands and what would it be, and we talked to engineers. We had surveys, talked to surveys. Now that time has passed and COVID has passed, and we have passed it through this legislature. We've passed through the courts. We've had it signed through the executive branch. We are ready to go without haste. And I want to refer to my testimony that we are very proud of all the accomplishments we've already made and moving forward without haste.
Okay, right now, there's been conversations regarding access agreement.
Correct.
What is the process to get this access agreement, timelines for that, so you could take over the full control of the track and release sports parks and recreation?
I believe the access agreement timelines are very, very close within the next couple of weeks, but that also goes hand in hand with the permitting that we have to do also. So we can get access agreement, but we still wouldn't be able to move heavy equipment onto the property until we have the permits. So that goes hand in hand. So we're hopefully get that done pretty soon.
Okay, again, I stand in support also. We do whatever we could do to make it happen. You know, this has to be a slam dunk. We gonna make this happen for the entire territory. Now, thus far, Mr. Jason Williams, good afternoon, sir. On, excuse me, when you had the Clinton Phipps horse track, there were properties that you had purchased, and recently you've sold those properties that annex the horse track. Are they paramount to, now back to Mr. Gaspar, would those properties be paramount to the development of the Clinton Phipps horse track? And Mr. Williams, how much property was sold from over here? How much property did you give up?
Jason Williams, General Manager, VIGL Operations.
3 minutes.
We sold both property, one commonly referred to as the Lima property and the other one, Sanchez Town. Oh, yes, Sanchez Town, and we sold both of them in its entirety.
Okay, so Mr. Gaspar, now you're aware of those properties that he spoke of. Are they paramount to what you are preparing to do for the Clinton Phipps horse track? Are they needed? Because now they're different owners. You don't own
As
them.
part of our development agreement, my understanding, sir, is the footprint we have is the footprint we're working on within.
Okay, so the actual Clinton Phipps horse track itself, no adjacent properties or anything?
Correct.
Okay, good. And
we're designing it with the property that is owned by the U.S. Virgin Islands.
okay, good. What is your most immediate next step? Because you're waiting on permits right now. You can't do
2
anything
minutes.
until those permits. You're saying a couple of weeks. So what is your immediate next step? We sit and wait or anything else?
No, we're still working with the development team, Senator. We'll hopefully get that done without haste. And when I say without haste, I sincerely mean that because there's no delay for Southland. We're looking forward to having this finished. We're not looking for investors. We don't need that. So we need to go forward with as quick as we can.
Okay, so you have funding for it on hand presently?
We're not looking for financing or funding.
Okay, good. So, the bottom line for me is I'm trying to find solutions to something that's been ailing us for years. The gentleman mentioned on St. Croix, 5 years, their last race, and right now, like I say, we need to have it happen. Let me see now, in regards to Commissioner, what you mentioned about cleaning up
1
the
minute.
track. Why would we clean up the track, or why is it paramount for us to have to clean up the track prior to Mr. Gaspard and they're taking over to start the construction and everything?
Well, I think if there's anything that I have learned since the 2016 franchise agreement is, without timelines, it is my responsibility, the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation responsibility to maintain that facility. We could sit there and say we're going to start next week,
30
but none of us know if
seconds.
that's going to happen. We've gotten a lot of flack, or I have gotten a lot of flack for how that facility looks. So I'm going to attempt to clean up the area and make it better than it is right now. Currently, there are horses in the stables. We also allowed some old age horses from the Golden Ranch to reside there at the track temporarily. But just until the agreement between Southland Gaming can be reached and the agreement between VIGL and the government can be reached, it is now my responsibility. And until that change, I'm going to try to deal with the facility.
Okay, good. I'm here to, let's make these things happen. Enough talk. I'm tired. The horse owners are tired. The people of the territory are tired. Let's make things happen. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraff. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Central Staff. Good afternoon to the listening viewing audience. Good afternoon to our testifiers. I want to really say that we have a lot of structural issues, and for most persons most impacted, as we know, are the horsemen and women who are being impacted by, political. I mean, we've turned this into really ugly politics, and I really hope at the end of the day we shift from that on behalf of our people. I want to dive in. I'm going to start off with you, Commissioner White. We are in the middle of budget season, and I've listened to my colleagues ask the question about what can Sports Park and Recreation do about, the temporary interim steps as we rebuild boat tracks. Of course, St. Croix in the most dire need, because simply the individuals, they just need a space where they can, train their horses, maintain their horses, and they put them in a really bad situation, which we all are aware of. We have the Horse Racetrack Casino Revenue Fund, and it provides, and I'll just, for the purpose of everyone, you can always look up the code. We are in Title 32, Chapter 21, Section 901, Subsection 6. 5% of the maintenance of recreational facilities that are administered by the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation funds to use and to be evenly divided between the districts. Commissioner White, is there any effort as you work with your team on the budget for Sports Park and Recreation where you would either utilize and request of the Finance Committee that funding be provided for the track on St. Croix? Do you have any initiative with that and interest in really going forward something like that, as provided even in the law?
Yes, Senator. I think that's part of the reasons why I passed or requested the motion to use the Horse Racing Improvement Fund. Those funds are administered through the Department of Finance, and that's why I requested getting access to those funds. There's several other funds, as you just mentioned, the casino fund. But, as I stated, until whether Southland Gaming or VIGL takes over the track, I'm going to try to tap into all of those funds to temporarily maintain the facility.
And what's the timeline? Is this, have you come up with a budget? What is the timeline? And in working with Commissioner of Finance, what is the timeline?
The timeline to do what? Tap into those funds?
Tap into the funds, because we're in the midst of the season before the budget's approved. This is going to be approved for the upcoming fiscal season.
Yeah, so it's just a request. So you mentioned the casino fund. Remember, that fund was for the St. Croix horse track. The reason why the territorial horse racing, not territorial, the Horse Racing Improvement Fund was created, part of that was because St. Thomas didn't have racinos. So we didn't really get funds from the casino. Part of these funds that came from Latvia, and I think it's 0.75%. That's what
Commissioner,
goes into the...
Commissioner, we're kind of beating around the bush. What I'm saying is wherever we can pull funds from, between this body and executive branch, let's figure out the dollar amount, and through the budget process,
That's exactly what I said, Senator. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, we've been at this for years. I'm going to move on just because of time. Thank you for your responses. To Jason Williams, the general manager, what is your prediction? I mean, of course, you cannot, because you said your legal counsel prevents you from providing additional information. But interim measures, can you speak to, and I also want to push back on your statement that the contract, you said that you have a company that's been contracted. We have a right to that information. This is the contract that's been approved for construction.
3 minutes.
Can you please clarify? So
Yeah.
two things. One, what work in interim measures, can you provide what's being done in the interim right now? And then also, can you provide and put on record who the contractor is and provide that to this committee?
Yeah, Senator Whitaker, Jason Williams, General Manager, VIGL Operations. I did just have some talks with the leadership in my organization, and they did tell me that I can, in fact, mention that Vivo is the contractor that we are partnering with at this point, okay? So I do want to put that on the record. Your other question, Senator, was where?
In the outside of the plan that has been that you and the governor are, the VIGL and the governor are working out, interim measures. What interim projects do you have in play right now?
No, we do not have any other than just simply maintaining the grounds at this point. Everything kind of hinges on the agreement that we feel we're going to eventually get through with the government of the Virgin Islands, and that again will be the development of the entire property, surface, grandstand, paddock, every single thing that's associated with a racetrack.
Thank you. And to the chair, I'd like to request the copy of the Vivo contract. Thank you. To President Bates,
excuse me, Senator, if I may clarify.
Sure.
I think I may have misspoken a bit in the sense that the agreement, we are actually in talks, and we got to have a commitment with them. We don't have an actual document, but we do have a commitment from them to get the project going, okay? So let me just clarify that.
So my request is really pending once we get that. We've had the bad habit of there are a lot of contracts out there that we as senators have to beg and prod for that we shouldn't have to. This is a regular communication between our—
1 minute.
If we're doing oversight, we have to have the information in order to do our jobs, right? To President Bates, in terms of incentives, we know through the agreement, incentives are set to receive incentives through the contract. Have incentives in terms of VIGL providing the association with certain types of incentives, or has anything been provided to VIGL in terms of to assist you all during this time of any needs has been provided
30 seconds.
from VIGL to the horsemen?
No, we have not gotten any assistance from VIGL for the past 5 years. No.
And nothing offered even to maintain the horses, nothing?
No, nothing.
Would you like to put on the record if there are any asks that you have at this time in the interim, just again reiterate what exactly the horsemen are looking for, and what do you feel like that can be done within this year?
Well, we would like the administration and VIGL get together, sit down, and finalize that contract, so that way VIGL could start building the racetrack and we could have races. But I don't see why it's taking so long. You had a previous franchise agreement, and I guess that one is squashed. I guess we don't know. But we heard there might be a new agreement coming down. So we don't know what's going on. But like Mr. Williams said, they are in negotiations for what we don't know. But let's get it done and get the races going.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I was listening on my way here this morning, and to say the least, the discussion I heard on radio sounded a bit volatile. And nothing I heard was conducive to moving this industry forward, and therefore very, very discouraging to me. y'all have not said anything different from the last hearing we had. So I'm not sure what we're going to get out of this today. But specifically to the St. Croix racetrack, because again, it was stated on record that nothing prohibits you from moving forward. I'll rephrase my question from the last hearing to ask, what condition is the St. Croix Randall Dak James racetrack is in at this time?
Jason Williams, VIGL Operations. Currently, the area where the grandstand is, where the public would be viewing horse racing, that is being maintained right now. So it's being manicured at this point. The running surface, there is no running surface at this stage. The material is there on the track for the running surface, but it's not. It hasn't been installed. Oh, and the barn area is in okay enough condition.
Can the facility be used for any type of training by the horse owners?
Not in its current form. Like I said, there is no running surface there. It's actually
so what would it take for you to get the running surface going so that these horse owners could have some place to train the horse and even to have controlled match racing if we were to allow that to occur there?
Well, it would take, again, Jason Williams, it would take the finalization to me of the agreement that we have, because the running surfaces, all of that is part of the track development. So it would take us finalizing this agreement and then moving forward.
Again, it was your entity's testimony that nothing prohibits you from moving forward with the St. Croix racetrack. So why am I hearing now that it will take the completion of this agreement?
You're saying it was...
What I am saying is what was said by your general manager, and that is why it's critical for them to be here instead of sending others so that they can speak after they have said what they have said on record.
Okay, you said general manager. You mean the CFO? You're talking about Andrew Dubuque, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's CFO and managing partner. That's my understanding that it's all one. It's all part of the project in itself.
So weren't you in the same hearing when he said that nothing prohibits him from moving forward with the St. Croix
3 minutes.
Racetrack? You sat right next to him as he said that.
Yeah, I was sitting next to him, and there had been some discussion after that, which I will not really get into at this stage. But we'll again that is my response at this point. That's where we are.
Well, that's not a response to me, because again, these horsemen and women are feeding these horses. There's nothing coming in. We're not even looking to do nothing to help them. It's stated that we've been without races for 5 years. I mean, what are we going to do? We're going to sit here and continue to sit down and chase our tails? What is the next step? At least tell them something. What is the next step for St. Croix that we can hear? Something that's tangible.
Jason Williams, VIGL Senator. Again, I'm just basically repeating myself. There's
all right,
nothing.
Then let's leave it alone. Commissioner White, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I was listening earlier, as I've said, and the communication seemed to be a bit south. I would recommend that whenever, and I always tell this to all staff members, not just my staff, if we're going to be sending out emails, let's not assume that the email was received by the recipient, but it should be followed up by a phone call to say, I've sent you an
1 minute.
email or whatever the case may be, and you're expecting a response. But I did hear your remark when you said, that's why I don't make phone calls. I prefer to give or send emails because it tracks the time and date and whatnot. That is all good, well, and said. However, it's always a good deed to make sure that there's a follow-up call to ensure that individuals who are intended
30
recipients
seconds.
do receive the correspondence set. Now, what I wanted to also ask was for both this meeting and the cleanup, who exactly were invited to participate in both, starting with the, whichever was first. Which one was first, the meeting or the cleanup?
Which meeting are you talking about, Senator? The Horse Racing Commission meeting?
Yeah, the meeting that there was some, okay, yeah, okay, well, no, that's not on you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's
I
a
sent the
question
meetings
for,
out.
that should be a question for it shouldn't be for Mr. Turnbull. May I, Mr. Chair?
You may wrap up.
Thank you. Who would have called
Calvert White
the
Commission.
meeting that there was this back and forth, whether it was Thursday or Wednesday?
Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation. Senator, I have a horse racing commission group. This is the group that I use every time meetings is sent out. So the only thing I would do is add individuals if somebody new wants to be added to this. Keep in mind that all horse racing meetings have to be announced to the media what it is, which we did.
Let me try to establish first. Who called that meeting? That's what I'm trying to get first. Was it the commission
The chair
or was
called
it
the meeting. The chair?
Excuse me?
The horse racing chair, Mr. Hugo Hodge.
So that would be the commission?
That's correct.
Okay, so again, I'm just saying that we need to have follow-up calls once we send emails, and these invitations should go to the head of these organizations, and if they can't make it, then they will send their representatives. But it appeared to me too that there was some handpicking as to who we invite, etc. But if these things go directly to who is responsible, then it will be their responsibility to ensure that who is supposed to be sitting in these meetings are there.
Calvert White, the Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation. Senator, the remark that it was handpicked is incorrect. Again, these meetings are public meetings. They are not private meetings. What I think I will do is I'll forward the email to all the senators so that they can see all the individuals that was sent to attend this meeting. It is sent to both the Flamboyant Association president, which at the time or currently I think is Marcus Knight. His name is on the meeting, and also Mr. Clinton Hendrickson, who is the president of the St. Thomas St. John Horse Racing Association. His email and name is also on the thread to be sent. Again, I have never had an issue with sending out emails or invites to any horse racing meeting. What happened was, again,
Commissioner, I really don't want to rehash that whole thing. Commissioner, one sec. I don't want to rehash that whole thing. I was just making a suggestion that maybe in the future when you send out these emails, just let the staff call and make a follow-up to ensure that the intended recipient receives the email. That's all. It was just a suggestion. I don't want to go back and forth. But lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may ask Mr. Williams whether or not there's any simulcasting going on St. Croix.
Jason Williams, VIGL Operations. Yes, there is, Senator.
So, and from this simulcasting on St. Croix, does the Horsemen Association get any percentage from that?
Yes, absolutely.
So, what's the problem in getting the running surface up to some level of standard where they can actually utilize the track for exercising?
I am not.
You're making money, in other words. Why can't we get the track up to a certain level?
Well, again, Senator, my answer is going to remain the same. I mean, I said before that, you know, the running surface is part of the entire development of the racetrack. You know, so I don't know how else to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your latitude.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond on your time.
You may, Commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that the Horse Racing Commission meeting is a meeting for the Horse Racing Commission. The meetings are public meetings. We do invite the stakeholders, which are the horse racing, the different horse racing associations. I don't respectfully agree with the senator that I should pick up the phone and call over 30 people that this invite is sent to. It's a public meeting. Once the invite is sent, you choose to show up or you choose to not show up. Once that meeting was canceled, there was no way they could have got into a Thursday meeting because there was no longer a Thursday meeting. It was now for Wednesday. So I respectfully disagree that we should be calling individuals to attend a public meeting.
Senator Alba Francis Halliger, you're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much. Point of inquiry through the chair to the testifiers, representative of Southland, as well as Commissioner White. I am sitting here and I'm getting a very, very concerned as to the narrative that I'm hearing right now in regards to the separation of the build out of the tracks in the two different districts. From listening to this conversation, it seems that in short order, the St. Thomas track seems to be flowing and going in a direction of potentially getting to be built. I'm hearing a lot in regards to the St. Croix district and their track, where I'm hearing a lot of, we don't know, we can't say, we don't have a timeline. So I'm very, 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 very concerned about this. The question I want to ask, when the bifurcation happened in separating VIGL, St. Croix by itself, St. Thomas is now by itself, did VIGL retain any ownership in regards to the contract to control anything inside of the Clinton Phipps Racetrack here in the district of St. Thomas, St. John? Because there was a discussion in regards to promotion. And I'm seriously trying to understand that if we're hearing a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe we'll get there, because I really want St. Croix to get their track. If they still have a part to do with the promotion aspect, I don't want to hear coulda, woulda, shoulda. So I'm a little bit concerned. Could you clarify for me and the public what is happening after this bifurcation, and does VIGL have anything additional? Yes, no, maybe so, in regards to the track when it comes to the District of St. Thomas, St. John, as it relates to promotions?
Senator, I'll try to answer that question. Shane Gaspard, Southland Gaming, Chief Operating Officer. Yeah, once the bifurcation happened, Southland Gaming and once they're approved, Southland Gaming has a development agreement. We wish the St. Croix development much luck. We hope that we are going to deliver the racetrack and the structures on time, hopefully before time, and we hopefully at this time are still in talks with VIGL to be the promotions of the track. We very much hope they would do.
And if that happens to fall through, Commissioner of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, what is the procedure in dealing with the promotion aspect in this district? Because I want St. Croix to succeed, but I really want to know what's going on with VIGL, because that seems to be a lot of where the question is coming from.
So let me put it on the record that VIGL has been a great steward to the Virgin Islands so far. They have given over $100,000 in purses and assistance to the St. Thomas St. John Horse Racing Association. In the time when they were on the track, they was maintaining the track. The running surface was laid down on St. Thomas. And all of this was done before the execution of the franchise agreement. So I want to make that clear. Okay. It is the hope that once Southland builds the construction or finishes the construction, that VIGL is the promoter.
Okay.
I can't speak on whether they are going to say they don't want to be or not. That's for them. But that is the hope that they remain the promoter. If not, the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation was who promoted the track before this deal was put in place. And again, I don't want to throw VIGL under the bus, but the negotiations that are going on right now has nothing to do with the running surface. If they wanted to put down the running surface on St. Croix today, they could do that. So just want to put that on the record.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the indulgence, but could the representative of VIGL please, if he could respond to what the commissioner said, because that seems to be one of the contentions as to earlier when he said the material for the running surface is there on the track. So why are you just not putting it down in the interim while you go back and forth in these negotiations to make sure that our St. Croix counterparts have something to utilize during this negotiation process? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, Senator.
Jason Williams, VIGL Operations. And again, I think I kind of responded to this before in simply saying that the running surface is just part of the project in itself. And until we get to the point where we have some agreement and then we conclude our conversations successfully with the government, that's just not something that's being considered at this stage.
And we have a few point of inquiries on the floor. Mr. Williams, does VIGL have any binding agreement of some sort with the racetrack on St. Thomas at this time?
We have the franchise agreement, which we consider to be legitimate. That is the only binding agreement, so-called binding agreement that we have. And we still have rights under those franchise agreements as far as we're concerned. Senator, if I may too, let me also add something that with respect to the running surface. I know Senator talked about, well, we're having some funds because we operate in the simulcasting parlor. If we couldn't put down the running surface, well, it's not just a matter, and I'm sure Mr. Bates, you know this, it's not just a matter of putting down the running surface. You have to maintain it. You need emergency personnel on the racetrack. You need to police the training. So it's not just a matter of just simply putting down the running surface and walking away. Not that I'm trying to get in any debate with anyone over the whole thing, but it's not as simple as just putting down the running surface.
So you mentioned you still have a legal binding agreement through the franchise agreement. So do we have two agreements for the Clinton Phipps Racetrack?
Senator Carry on, I speaking with respect to VIGL and in terms of the franchise agreement that we signed back in 2016.
Mr. Shane Gaspard, do you have a promoter at this time?
This is Shane Gasport, CEO of Southland Gaming. Is your question, do we have a promoter at this time?
Yes.
That's a question for VIGL, but we consider VIGL continued interesting in promoting the racetrack in St. Thomas.
All right, colleagues.
There's been no further discussions beyond that.
I know we have a few point of inquiries on the floor. We also have a quick second round. So can we go into the second round and Senator Johnson? Point of information, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Point of information to Commissioner White. I do want to put on record, though, and I want to make it really clear. You all have and also to the board members for the commission. There was a time when, and even up until now, my office has facilitated engaging Chairman Hodge, yourself, to ensure that we have, and you guys are following the Open Meetings Act, and also ensuring that you alert persons of meetings. It has gotten better. I have been tracking every meeting that you all have. You know that because I reach out to your office consistently. What I'm suggesting that you do following this hearing, make sure that you have all the information, have a distribution list that's proper. And so I don't myself, because you know I'm very rigid about that. I go and I dig in and ask you, Commissioner White, Director, Mr. Hodge, when are you having meetings? And beyond the meetings, go ahead and work out different town hall events with the racing, the horsemen and women, so we can also go beyond the meetings. Sometimes the meetings are times when they're not available. So I suggest just continue to work. When I first began, it was a pull and teat situation, and you all were not following the Sunshine Act. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go into our...
Incorrect statement, but okay.
We'll go into our second round. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I had a point of information. I'll use it in this point. And to Mr. White, you spoke about the email that was sent out. And when we went on break, I received a copy from an email from Mr. Marcus Knight that has a time and date of June 15th, 1:14 p.m. And I received that from Mr. Marcus Knight. So there seem to be some conflicting reports, and with this email business, he sent me something showing, give me a chance, please. He sent me something with a time and date on it. So that's all I want to say about that. And I received that. So this is saying June 15th at 1:14 p.m. That's when he received this. So we'll leave that for now, but there seems to be some conflict with that. Mr. Gasper, when do you anticipate the project to be completed? If for any reason that you have all your plans and everything in place, what's the time frame for this project to be complete?
This is Shane Gasport, Chief Operating Officer, Southland Gaming. Development agreement calls for terms for the 42 months for us to deliver the project. We're aiming for much due to unforeseen events, but we're aiming for much sooner.
What kind of time frame? We keep hearing, just
30
if
seconds.
all is good, what's your time frame to come for completion?
Yeah, I don't have a time frame at this time that I can give you. I want to be respectfully accurate, and I don't have a time frame for that.
I can understand a little bit of VIGL issues here, and I would like to see that surface down. I understand VIGL have really invested a lot of money in the territory, and we also understand that you won't be putting on the surface to walk away. But if the government can maintain the St. Thomas surface, then go ahead and put it down and let them maintain it. And my last question to Calvert White, is it not a possibility that Southland Game can get a temporary lease agreement so that they could start doing what they need to do as far as clean up the track and start the project?
Absolutely, Senator. So that's what the access agreement is, giving them access to the property. But I think it's only fair that since you're going to mention the email that was received. How come you mentioned the email that I sent?
But I spoke about that. I said to you, I guess you wasn't listening, you're not paying attention. I said to you, you send an email with a time, and Marcus Knight sent an email with a time. I said that. I was very clear about what I said. I said there are two emails with different times. I said that very clear. I don't hide my hand. When I throw a rock, I throw a big stone, I try it with my hand and let you see it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Don't throw any stones today. My question is to the Horse Racing Commission. First of all, most of those meetings are done through Microsoft Teams in person. How are those meetings conducted?
The invite for the meetings are sent through Teams, and all meetings are recorded.
Okay, and as far as a database, if any one of us wants to get our hands on those minutes or meetings and discussions, where can we receive those information?
Simple request, Senator.
All right, so I like how you mentioned that. So I'm making a simple request that we get a website or a location where we can access those things as far as the agenda, what have you. Because that's supposed to be public information, right? Yes, no, public information.
It is public information.
All right, cool. When you go to the Kentucky Horse Racing Commission, you can go on YouTube and you can watch all the videos online.
1 minute.
So all I'm saying, let us get up to Parliament. I shouldn't have to be running down anybody to get any email. I'm supposed to be able to go on our website or go on YouTube and be able to watch those meetings. But as far as Mr. Jason Williams, one of my colleagues asked you a question today, and then your answer was kind of different from when I asked you some time back. I asked VIGL during the hearing that we had on St. Thomas, what stopped VIGL from moving forward with the track on St. Croix. And I think it's Andrew, he said nothing. But he said, however, COVID-19 and the list goes on. So is it COVID-19 still? As far as y'all being held back?
No, Jason Williams. No, Senator.
Time.
Okay, so COVID-19 over, so there's no excuse moving forward. We want to see some expeditation of the hashtag.
I think I outlined exactly where we are at this point, and it's in Mr. Dubuque's testimony.
Okay, so we're waiting for the pandemic to be over to deal with the hashtag and St. Croix, basically.
What I'm saying is that it's outlined in the testimony, and I think I kind of reiterated the point that we are here. We are now negotiating with the government an opportunity, and I said this during the last hearing. An opportunity presented itself, and so I reached out to the government, and they were willing to sit down and talk with us about moving ahead and clearing a path forward to move ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say this one last thing. It was me mentioned by Andrew when I asked in my line of questioning what was holding back the St. Croix track, and he said nothing. However, COVID-19, as far as revenues, during COVID-19, he made mention that the revenues were not coming in as before, and the list goes on. So I was hoping for you to say something along that line. But now that the place is fully open up, I guess revenues are coming in, and we should see some movement when it comes to the St. Croix track. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Welcome, Senator James. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
A pleasant good day. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. I wanted to ask a series of questions of the Horse Racing Commission representative here today. Firstly, kindly indicate again your position. Horse Racing Commission.
Sheldon Turnbull, Horse Racing Commission member.
Okay. You have officers in the Horse Racing Commission?
Yes.
Okay. Who are your vice chair as well as secretary?
Vice chair is Henry Shang. Our secretary is Randall Ronald Phillips.
Okay.
And our
Continue. You have a treasurer? Or any other officer?
We have a treasurer. We had a treasurer, which was Ms. Parmentary, but we have not gotten any money to have a treasurer to be in any fashion.
Okay. And is normally a member of the Horse Racing Commission?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And how often do you meet?
At least once a month.
Once a month. Okay, great. Now,
on average, right?
Okay. The horse racing associations, do you have any approval process with them being granted or being in good standing for
30
each island
seconds.
district? Does it have
Do
to
we
come
have
through?
any?
Does it have to come through you to make a determination whether any horse racing association is in good standing?
No.
Okay, but you do conduct their I think I heard that you conduct their elections.
No.
Okay, all right. I have another question. I just wanted to see how
Time.
involved. Mr. Chairman, may I just wrap up
You
quickly?
may wrap up.
Great, thank you. I wanted to make a request just so that we have an understanding, since you have already have a secretary, if we could get at least the minutes of the Horse Racing Commission last 3 meetings, so that we could have a really good understanding of what was discussed in those meetings. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I just need some quick clarity quickly in regards to what my colleague was just asking when it comes to good standing of the associations. One of the things that I believe Ms. Fruette said that the last commission oversaw their elections. So when you say you guys don't do it, I'm a little bit confused now, because that is what I understood, and apparently that's what my colleague understood. So you guys have nothing to do with making sure they're in good standing as associations. This is to the commission.
And Calvert White is also
I'm part of the commission.
as well as dealing with their elections, or maybe we misunderstood.
So the elections is done by the association.
Okay.
Now they to receive government funds, that's where the good standings and all of that come in. To receive those funds, they should be in good standing.
Ms. Furette, when you made reference to the commission assisting or overseeing your elections, could you better explain that to us?
Yes, I can, and I also have Mr. Hendrickson online now. When we put out for elections, the commission is the entity that looks over it. None of the individuals who are voted on looks at the ballots. The ballots go to the commission, and they're the one who does the tabulations.
Okay, well, this commission
30
apparently has no knowledge of this. So may I ask, when was the last time you guys had an election? Because maybe the members of this one have no clue, because they did not conduct or oversee one in a long time.
No, we had the last election was with the prior commission.
Keep in mind, Senator, there's no longer the St. Thomas, St. John Horse Racing Commission. It's now the Territorial Horse Racing Commission.
Okay, so
Time.
they might be coming for elections.
But they still should be responsible for overseeing it.
Okay.
Noted.
Well, at least we get some clarity on the commission. You just heard that. Could I just ask my last question quickly?
You may wrap up, but I
Mr.
believe
Chair.
also Senator, the president for the Flamboyant Association would like to answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Horseman Association. This current commission oversaw our elections and St. Croix.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna. My time is out, so I'm gonna go to my next question because apparently there's a dispute between what the commission does, what it knows, and what it doesn't know. So, y'all figure that one out. The last question I really want to find out is, in the interim, is there anything, whether through the government, in assistance, or really trying to help the horsemen? Because what I keep hearing has to do with trying to feed the horses, trying to maintain them, just trying to hold on until we could have horse racing up and running in the districts again. Is there anything that could assist while VIGL is trying to negotiate their contract? Is there any programs out there or anything that could assist the horsemen in any way possible? Because this is sounding like this is turning into a grave situation while they're trying to keep hope and holding a sport alive here in this territory. Could you share that with me?
Senator, I am not aware if the funds that comes to the commission can be used for that assistance. And I said I'm not aware. Possibly can. I would think that the proper entity to give the horsemen some assistance with feed and all that would be the Department of Agriculture. I know they have several programs, so that may be an avenue to assist the horsemen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and hopefully the Commissioner of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, as this is a sport, could potentially tap in or maybe have a conversation with agriculture to see if we could come up with something to really help the horsemen in the interim while we get horse racing back up and running. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Let me recognize Senator Francis. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Quickly, Mr. Bates, what is your expectation at this point? I mean, you've been waiting for quite some time now for, horse racing to resume. What is the expectation of the Horsemen Association at this point?
Senator, we don't know what to expect. I don't even know how to answer you, Senator. But we've been, I can't use the word I want to use, but we've been getting blows for the past 5 years, as I said. VIGL was ready to move. Lance Griffith, they had the disagreement, whatever happened. And Andrew Dubuque came in and he decided to change things. So we don't know what to expect. We don't know what to expect from these.
Very well. Quickly, Mr. Williams, you do have renderings.
1 minute.
You have renderings that have been prepared in terms of what your intentions are for the track?
That's being finalized right now, yes.
Being finalized. And it's your position also that you're saying that the contractor that have been in discussion with VIGL, you can't give that name at this time?
Yeah, I actually changed. I did give the name and said it was Vivo.
It's Vivo.
And said, yeah, and I misspoke. I think I mentioned that earlier. Not that we have an agreement, but that we have a commitment from them to work with us to get this thing done as soon as possible.
Okay, and in respect to the discussion regarding partnering with Off Island, again, association to assist with the handling of the track. Is that still on the table? Is there any further movement being made in that area?
Yeah, that is correct. I think I had mentioned at last hearing we do have a potential investor that's willing to work with us, and we had actually had a very good conversation with them last week. And I am really hopeful that we can wrap this conversation up and successfully conclude with the government, because I think the horsemen and horse racing fans will be very pleased by ultimately what we will present and what we will have in terms of the project here on St. Croix. But it goes, again, we have to get this agreement. We have to successfully conclude these things, and I'm just hopeful that with all of what's going on right now, I'm hopeful that the powers that be will, move forward and get it done. I know Mr. Bates definitely want that to happen right away, yesterday.
Very well, thank you. I think that, again, to wrap up, is I'm not a member of this committee, but it's critical that the public, as well as the Horsemen Association, the fans, and everybody know at least there's a game plan going forward rather than shooting in the blind and just waiting and see what happens. You heard of the frustration, the speechlessness of Mr. Bates. You know, I mean, they just don't know what to expect, and I think it's critical that there be some communication.
Yeah, and thank you, Senator, for those comments. And Mr. Bates can attest because we do speak quite often. So I try to keep him informed as much as I can. So, you know, again, he's frustrated. I'm frustrated. We all are frustrated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
A quick point of inquiry, Senator Javon James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I failed to place this request since it's a simple request. I would like to request all the minutes of the meetings for the past 4 years from the Virginia Horse Racing Commission be forwarded to this committee so we can have understanding of what's been going on within the Virginia Horse Racing Commission. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Senator Javon James. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone, again. Commissioner, what was the cost of the cleanup?
The one that was done?
Correct.
I don't have a figure on the cost. Like I said, it was done. It was spearheaded by a member of our staff.
Okay.
I think there was some, and I call in fraternities, Omega Psi Phi's that came and assisted, some Alphas. There were some students seeking community service. We needed a bin. I think that was donated by Apex. A backhoe was used. The payment for that was paid by Southland.
What was the cost of the backhoe?
Senator, this is Shane Gaspar, Southland Gaming. I don't have that figure with you today.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Gaspar, what permits are you actually waiting on
1 minute.
presently?
Yeah, Senator, I don't have that information right now. I'm not part of the development team, but I can definitely get that answer back to you.
Okay, sure. The permits you could get to me, and then the cost of what you paid for the backhoe to assist with the cleanup. And finally, Commissioner Turnbull, do you have scheduled meetings for the year that you just every month has a set, or they go through a process as to when you're going to determine?
It depends. It's not something set at a particular day per month.
Okay.
We tried it at one point, but it wasn't
30
working with everyone's
seconds.
schedules because everyone is working.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Okay. That's it. Again,
Sheldon Turnbull,
Yes.
Gary, Horse Race Commission.
Again, to everyone, my attitude is let's make it happen. On the St. Thomas end, we have Mr. Gaspar here, and I'm glad you cleared up. You're not a new kid on the block. You're here for over 20 years, and and you've been producing. So again, I have no doubt in my mind that we're gonna have this done.
Time.
And let's make it happen. And on St. Croix, all the best to them. And like I say, I stand in support. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator, I'd like to respond to that, Shane Gaspard. Southland Gaming, we are very excited and very proud of what we accomplished so far. And my family is very excited to see your family at the racetracks when we open.
Good. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. To Mr. Gaspard, who is representing Southland Gaming, you stated in your testimony that throughout the month of, and you stated previously throughout the month of June, the Southland Gaming and its representatives are making the necessary arrangements to work with various local contractors and officials on site during the construction activities. Have you met that commitment? Are you, in fact, meeting with the local contractors in the process of rebuilding the facility?
Senator, this is Shane Gaspard with Southland Gaming. We have met with contractors, but we also have met with local surveyors that have completed. All the survey work is now completed. But as far as the name of the contractors we met with, we can't actually have contracts with contractors until we actually know what the entire facility needs. And I don't have the name of those right now, but as soon as we do, we can supply those.
Thank you for that, because I think oftentimes it's important to involve our local individuals in the the process when benefits are being received. The other question I have, do you have more details on any updates that you'll be providing to the committee as you go through the process? In other words, if any changes will be made to the construction, would you be regularly updating the, how would you do that? Are you going to send it through the commission? How will you, maintain regular updates to this body? How do you plan to do that? through your
30
company?
seconds.
We plan to update the Sports Parks and Recreation Commissioner and the Racing Commission as we go along.
Thank you for that. I have a question. I mean, of course, it was for Chairman Hodge, but of course, we have represented by Mr. Sheldon Turnbull. The one question I have for you, because I've heard it routinely, how close and when can it be submitted to this body?
Time.
Are y'all in the process of the rules and regulations that you all have been working on for quite some time? The anti-doping.
The rules and regulations, as we stated, are on the site right now for sports parks and recreation. They could be seen there. If you want to have Sheldon Turnbull, Horse Race Commission, I'm sorry. If you want to have them sent to you, we could send them to you directly. It's a draft.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and I wasn't aware because I had asked about it, and that's good to know that it's on the website now. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Sheldon Turnbull, I want to request if you could send to this committee body the draft of the rules and regulations.
Sheldon Turnbull, Horse Race Commission, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Senator Carla Joseph, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so
For
much,
your point
Mr.
of
Chairman. I just wanted to get from both of the Horse Racing Association the time of the date of your elections that were facilitated by the Horse Racing Commission. If you could send those dates, or if you know it offhand, to the chair, that would be very helpful to us when your elections were facilitated.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Answer.
Thank you.
Let me, before, please hold the senator's time. You have the answer now, President? Okay.
Elroy Bates Jr., President, Flamboyant Park Asman Association, September 24th, 2021. Our election.
Thank you. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner White, both tracks receive some federal funding. I believe it was through FEMA, correct?
Yes, Senator.
How much for each track?
Off the top of my head, I believe St. Thomas was 3.8 million. St. Croix might have been 4.1.
And what's being, how is this money being spent?
The money has not been spent. The federal government still have the funds. It's available and obligated for when the government is ready to draw down on it.
So we ain't ready to draw down? We can't utilize those funding?
So, Senator, I think it's important to note that the funds was given to repair hurricane damage facilities after the storm.
1 minute.
What happened prior to this post-storm, is a lot of the structures that the FEMA was giving us the funds for are no longer there. That doesn't disqualify us from using the funds. However, the franchise agreement gave VIGL the authority to build those structures back up. Those funds are still there, available to be used. If it's then deemed that we need to use it to build back facilities
30
at the track,
seconds.
that's what it will be used for.
So we can't utilize, we can't use the
fund.
funding for the track?
You said, can we use it for the track?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna resurface it anyway, so we can't start there since you're not ready to, or they're not ready to start to build.
Yes, Senator, that is possible. I would have to send correspondence to the federal government asking for approval to use the funds for the resurfacing.
But you just stated that the funds were there for the refurbishing or replacement of whatever, I am almost certain that you could utilize that funding for the racetrack. I just want for us to stop having these excuses, and let's get this industry back up and running. There's money sitting. We can have movements, and right now, ain't a thing happening. So I'm hopeful that this $4 million or thereabout for each district, that we will start to put those monies to use. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Gittins. Senator White, let me ask you then, what is the administration or your department's plan with regards to these funds?
Let me correct you, Commissioner White, not Senator White. And
corrected.
the exact amount is Clinton E. Phipps is 3.8 and Randall Doc James is 3.1. So the initial plan of these funds were to use it for an alternate project. The funds were given specifically to rebuild the damaged facilities. Under the franchise agreement, we know that VIGL was going to use their funds to rebuild those facilities. So we didn't need to use those federal funds for that. Because we are now in this situation, we do have a cushion to use the funds for structures. Now, again, Senator Gittins, I am not sure if the federal government will allow it for the running surface because it was specifically given for facilities. Again, we would have to get approval from FEMA to use it for that.
Senator, I'm sorry, Commissioner White. So what is the alternative plan that administration, your department have for these funds?
None has been given so far.
So we
are
have
holding on to those funds. Currently, we are holding to the funds in case we have to use it for both racetracks.
Okay. You recognize Senator Gittins for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner White, can we get a copy or be copied on that letter being sent to FEMA to request that permission, please? Thank you.
Commissioner White, and following my line of questioning, but before that, Ms. Ferret, do you have the date for the election that your association held? Or the president, Mr. Hetherington?
He's offline.
Okay.
What's the question?
Do you have the date of your last election that was held for your association?
Yes, I just got it from our secretary, and he gave me October 2018.
2018. Good. Commissioner White, you mentioned that the department needs additional equipment to continue the maintenance of the track. Do you have an estimate of the cost of that?
We'll have one put together and forwarded to you, Senator. I'm very cautious of buying new equipment that we are no longer going to be able to use when and if VIGL takes over this track. What I'm more looking for is temporary equipment or used equipment that can do the job temporarily until they take possession of the track.
So just for clarity purpose, but I'm talking about the St. Thomas now.
Correct.
You need equipment for a St. Thomas track.
Correct.
And when the Southland Gaming obtained the access agreement, would Sports Park and Rec still be responsible for maintenance?
1 minute.
Maintaining the facility?
The period of performance that Southland Gaming will be on the racetrack, they will be responsible for maintaining the facility.
That's while the development and construction is taking place, correct?
Correct.
Once that is complete, then who would be responsible for maintenance of the facility?
It would be our hope that the track would then be turned over
30
to
seconds.
VIGL per the agreement that's being negotiated.
Well, you said that in your testimony there was an informal conversation with Southland, and they agreed to assist DSPR with maintaining the facility. What was that informal conversation? And what period are we talking?
Currently,
is that
Senator
same period?
Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation. As I stated earlier, we have some equipment at the Clinton Phipps Racetrack right now that need some maintenance parts to get them working. In a conversation with Mr. Huckabee, we kind of had a conversation of what it would take to get some of those machines up and running. And they have, I guess, formally, verbally agreed to assist the department. As Mr. Gaspard said earlier, they plan to do some work on the stables. When it rains, there's some flooding there that they plan to assist the department in taking care of.
Very well. Mr. Turnbull, Commissioner Turnbull, can I request that my office be added to your distribution list for your meetings?
No problem. Sheldon Turnbull, Horse Race Commission. That no problem at all.
All right, Senator Alma Francis Halliger, recognized for a point of inquiry. Senator Alma Francis Halliger.
Afternoon, once again. Point of inquiry through the chair to Mr. Turnbull. I don't want to leave here with questions in my head, and I want to make sure myself and the public is fully understanding. What are one of the responsibilities, I'm assuming, and correct me if I'm wrong, if someone comes to the commission and says that they are a horse racing association, how do you as the commission verify that they're legitimate, that they're in good standing, that you have the right to oversee them? How do you guys do that part of it? Because with the back and forth and trying to understand who oversees the elections, etc., and something that concerned me, because earlier we know that it's one territorial commission, but the gentleman in St. Croix said the St. Croix members oversaw their election. So
we have members, Sheldon Turnbull.
I'm confused as to how you're one, but it seems still separate. So how do we make sure that all of these entities are actually they're correct and they're under your purview?
Sheldon Turnbull Horse Race Commission. It's one commission. However, we have members from both districts.
Okay.
When they were having their elections, the individuals who were present on St. Croix was Commissioner Dodson James and Commissioner Ron Phillips. They went there. They looked at they basically counted the votes and aspects of that. That's when they were referencing that we have it. That's why I said no.
Okay.
But in essence, they counted the votes. They were there for when they were doing the voting and the different aspects of it. Being that they were the two on St. Croix at the time.
Okay.
They were the two that did it. If I go back and forth, if I happen to be there, I would have joined them as well.
Okay.
But that's basically how it functions.
And in making sure members that you guys oversee, can anybody just come in and say, hey, I created a horse racing association? How do you guys verify that they're legitimate association?
The Horse Racing Association is based on, I think Commissioner White might be able to better answer that, is based on the recognized entity, and we do that, I believe, based on numbers.
Well, they should be able to show, any association should be able to show the 50C13.
The documentation.
Documentation. They should also have a list of the members that is under that horse racing association.
Okay.
Now, currently on St. Thomas, there is the St. Thomas St. John Horse Racing Association. However, there is another association that also have members under their purview. Now, I don't know if they're in good standing or they're currently active. That's disputable. But the documentation requested should be those of the Lieutenant Governor, nonprofit status, good standing, members associated with the association, all of that.
Okay. Thank you so much for shedding a little bit more clarity.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Halliger. Mr. Gasper, in your testimony, you mentioned that a few times about renderings, plans and renderings have been provided. Who have those been provided to?
Shane Gaspar, Chief Operating Officer, Southland Gaming. They provided the last hearing that I attended to, and you can also find, and they were submitted to all the senators that were there, and you can also find it at sgvi.com. Come down on the top of it, go to Clinton Phipps Track, click on that. It will come down and show you all the beautiful renderings we have and what our plans are. You can download them for yourself.
Thank you. So I think we have exhausted. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This question is to Commissioner White. Commissioner, you have bylaws for each of the horse racing associations. You have their bylaws?
Do Sports Park and Recreation have bylaws?
No,
those bylaws are within.
No, do you have a copy of both Horse Racing Association, Flamboyant, as well as the St. Thomas Horse Racing Association bylaws? Do you keep records of that? Or does the commission?
I do not. I do not.
Okay.
I think early on in me taking this role, I had a conversation with the St. Thomas St. John Horse Racing Association, and the bylaws was mentioned. But those bylaws are created within their organization.
Okay.
Or within their association.
Okay, no problem. I know where to find him, the Lieutenant Governor's office. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've exhausted the questions for this block. I want to thank the testifiers for their time, being present and sharing their testimonies that would allow them to put 60-second closing. Let's start with Commissioner White.
Thank you, Senator, for your time. I think it's important to know that when these minutes and stuff are sent out, the Horse Racing Commission does not have an administrative staff to assist them with doing that. Fortunately, I have an executive assistant that is willing and able to do that. All Horse Racing Commission meetings are public and are advertised before we have those meetings. So anyone can join them. We will continue to work in seeing that we move forward with getting both tracks up. I'm going to take the necessary steps to start cleaning up the St. Thomas St. John horse racing track, the Clinton track. And if at any point VIGL vacates the property and that falls back underneath my purview, I will do the same for St. Croix. But we will continue to work together, both the associations and the commission, to finally get these tracks back up and running.
Well, Mr. Gasper?
Thank you, Senator Carrion. This is Shane Gaspard, Southland Gaming, Chief Operating Officer. I think one of the first things you started with here today, Senator, was this is a very cultural event, and I could not agree with you more. My family and I have been here for 20 years. I understand the culture of horse racing. I've been to many horse racing. I'm an enthusiast. I'm not an expert by any means. I've been to the Governor's Cups. Southland Gaming is moving forward. We are moving forward responsibly. And I just want to say in closing that I'm very excited about the project we're doing. I'm very excited and very proud of the accomplishments we've already made, and you can see those through my testimony today. Southland Gaming did not come here with any excuses, not one. We came here with positive context, and we were very proud of that. Thank you for having us here today. We appreciate your interest.
Mr. Williams.
Jason Williams, VIGL Operations. Senator, you and your colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity to provide testimony and respond to questions that you might have. I know this is not an ideal situation. There's a lot going on. We certainly understand the frustration with the horsemen and the horse racing fans community in general. And I am just really hopeful that we can wrap this up and move ahead and provide a facility that we know embodies the spirit of the people of St. Croix and just provide that needed activity to the residents of St. Croix. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turnbull.
Again, the Horse Race Commission is here, and we are proud and happy of the role that we have for regulating horse races. We will do our best to continue such as races do commence, as we look forward to that starting shortly. We look towards both entities, VIGL for the Randall Doc James Racetrack and SGVI for the Clinton E. Phipps Racetrack, and getting those facilities ready and up and running for the horse owners and all those who are interested in the sport. Thank you for having us here today for our opportunity to give commentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ferret. I think you're on mute. Ms. Ferret, we're not hearing you.
Yes, you can hear me now?
Now we could hear you.
Okay. Thank you for allowing the St. Thomas St. John Horsemen Association to testify today. And I hope in the future, the committee that was supposed to be formed with Southland Gaming be formed so that we can be up to date with the information necessary about the Clinton Phipps Racetrack so that we can see horse racing be brought back to its glory. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bates.
Senators, thanks again for the opportunity to testify. One thing I would like to ask you, Senators, is to get on the administration to solve the issue with the new agreement. As Mr. Williams said, the starting depends on the government. So if you all could please get on the administration to resolve this issue, that would be good. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Bates. And thank you all for the testimony and for your time today. We wanted to get a status update. We got some information. We continue to have a level of frustration and also a level of disappointment. And at the end, the horsemen are the ones suffering. We urge the administration to move quickly, because I think the horsemen have waited long enough. There's two things that from what we heard today are on the table, and that is the access agreement for the St. Thomas St. John District and for their racetrack through the Department of Property and Procurement. So we urge that department to move quickly in providing that agreement in the St. Croix District. Regards to VIGL, is their modified draft that is in the hands of the administration. And we also urge administration to move quickly in that matter so that both tracks and both districts can move ahead. We can only move forward now. We can't overlook the facts of what has brought us to this point. We know there were litigations in place that were brought against the government but I think it's time to see some progress and to move ahead. We need some timelines. We need information on budgets and meeting dates to be established. We can't continue to receive excuses. I think it's been too long. It's time to see some action. So we are requesting that all parties involved get together to make this happen. Another thing that I think is important is communication with the horsemen and the Horsemen Association. So we urge the commission to strengthen those communications with both associations so that they could be a part at the table, have a seat at the table, and decisions that are being made. This concludes this block of today's committee hearing, and I thank all the testifiers for their time once again, and my colleague and the staff. So the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation stands on recess. You guys are excused. Good afternoon. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation is out of recess. Good afternoon again to everyone, to my colleagues, to the viewing and listening audience. We are now into the second block of today's agenda. And let me ask Madam Clerk, can you kindly read today's agenda, Block 2, into the record, please?
Block 2, 12:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. Bill number 34-0267. An act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports. Amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial park system. Amending Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system. Amending Title 33, Chapter 3 to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund and the Recreational Parks Revolving Fund, repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion. Invited testifiers, Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Honorable John Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Honorable Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner of Property and Procurement. Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of Property and Procurement.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And good afternoon once again to the testifiers. Can we just do a mic check over in St. Thomas to ensure that we're good? Commissioner Oreo.
Good afternoon, Senator Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
Coming through loud and clear.
Afternoon, Commissioner Calvert White, Commissioner, Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement.
Okay, we're good. Coming loud and clear. All right, let's take just a 1-minute recess to do a switch here, and we'll be right back. The Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation stands at recess for 1 minute.
We are back on record. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 34-0267? Kindly proceed, Senator Carrion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you and to my colleagues. I want to take a greater leadership role in our community to help be part of improving our overall quality of life. And an extremely important part of this is preserving our natural heritage by protecting land for the purpose of both conservation and also recreation. Conservation is not just a matter of preserving nature, but also preserving our rich history as Virgin Islanders. Bill 34-0267, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, to include the commitment to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports, amending Title III, Chapter 22, Section 401, to direct the department to identify, supervise, and administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial park system, amending Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, to establish and maintain a territorial park system, amending Title 33, Chapter 111, to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund and the Recreational Parks Revolving Fund, repealing Title III, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes. We also have a companion bill to this that will be heard in Committee of Rules, which is Bill 34-0268 that speaks about the Trust Board. Colleagues, the purpose of this bill, 34-0267, is primarily to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Area under the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, instead of under the jurisdiction of the Division of Parks, under the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Why is this action required? This bill aims to improve and clarify how the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources can collaborate to maintain the territorial park system. Placing the Division of the Territorial Parks and Protected Area within the Department of Planning and Natural Resource would allow the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to focus more on sports facilities and other areas such as developing and maintaining parks in neighborhoods and communities, while the Department of Planning and Natural Resource, which is already responsible for protecting our natural resource, would be responsible for the establishment and maintenance of our territorial parks and protected area. In addition to this shift, in authority would enable the territory to receive millions of dollars in federal funding for the acquisition and upkeeping of territorial park system. Colleagues, we must be deliberate in our effort to preserve green open spaces. Our landmass is not growing. If anything, it's depleting. The new park and protected land areas are an investment in our future. Through this investment, we will ensure we leave something behind for our children and their children to enjoy and appreciate. When I look at St. Croix, the St. Croix that I knew as a child versus the St. Croix my 4 children are growing up in, it becomes clear that we must act on behalf of the younger generation. Through the parks, we can ensure a healthier overall environment and protect the beauty of our island for ourselves, as well as the sustainability as a tourism product. This measure also establishes 2 critical funds, which is the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund, which will be used exclusively by the Department of Parks and Natural Resources to administer, preserve, protect, manage, and supervise the territorial park system and recreational park revolving fund, which will be administered by the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. In addition, you will hear clearly from the Commissioner White, Oreo, and Mr. Richards how the government, and more significantly, the people of the Virgin Islands stand to profit economically and environmentally if this bill is passed. I must add that I will continue to engage with important stakeholders to assess how your suggestions might be implemented into this bill. If this bill is passed today, I am confident that it will. I still have time to amend in the committee rules before the full Senate body considers it. As with all my initiatives, your feedback is essential, and please contact my office if you have any suggestions. Colleagues, I ask for your support in moving and preserving America's Paradise, our home in the Virgin Islands of the United States, forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion, for this introduction. I would like to ask Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol to proceed with presenting your testimony on the record.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Senator Samuel Carrion, other members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Youth, Sports, Parks, and Recreation, non-committee members and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. I am Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, along with the Honorable Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, and Deputy Commissioner Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement. We are here today to provide testimony and offer full support for Bill number 34-0267, which amends Title III Virgin Islands Code Section 302 relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports, and to amend Title III, Chapter 22, Section 401 of Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, or hereinafter DPNR. DPNR fully endorses the intent of this legislation to ensure that our unique habitats and ecosystems and the cultural and historical resources of the Virgin Islands are not further destroyed by development pressures and are protected and utilized for the long-term benefit and enjoyment of present and future generations. To fulfill the mandate of this bill, DPNR will be asked to formulate and put into execution a long-range, comprehensive conservation plan and program to acquire, where appropriate, privately and publicly owned properties that are suitable for development as parks or protected areas, and by operating a territory-wide system of parks and recreation programs for the cultural, educational, recreational, environmental, and economic benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands. The department envisions recreational areas that will be developed in furtherance of activities to include outdoor recreational activities such as camping, picnicking, hiking, biking, horseback riding, environmental education, sightseeing, boating, fishing, swimming, and similar recreational activities. This newly established system of parks, however, shall not be responsible for development of neighborhood parks or recreation areas that are mainly designed to provide facilities for team or individual sports, which will continue to be entrusted to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation pursuant to Title 32. The public areas within the U.S. Virgin Islands are wonderfully diverse and exist throughout all 4 islands and many offshore keys. We support Governor Bryan's mission to mandate that these precious natural resources be readily available to all citizens of the territory, with a conscious attempt to offer facilities and recreational opportunities in a low-impact manner that protects the land. Following the successful passage of this legislation, we envision increased collaboration with our natural resource protection partners, along with the promotion of recreational activities throughout our islands. This concludes my testimony in support of Bill 34-0267 and I am here to answer any questions you may have to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Oreo. Commissioner White, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Samuel Carrion, Chairman of the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation, members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, honorable senators, central staff, the listening and viewing audience. I am Calvert White, Commissioner of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation, here to provide testimony and offer full support for Bill number 34-0267, which amends Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for recreation and individual sports, and to amend Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, and Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the division of territorial parks and protected areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system and for other purposes. Implementing this bill would allow DSPR to focus primarily on its sporting facilities while still giving full support to DPNR. While the bill works its way through the system, DSPR will continue working on the territory's comprehensive outdoor recreation plan to ensure that the new territorial park division within DPNR receives added federal funding. The Land and Water Conservation Fund Act of 1965 was enacted to assist in preserving, developing, and assuring accessibility to all citizens of the United States of America, quality and quantity of outdoor recreation resources. The Land and Water Conservation Fund State Assistance Program authorizes the Secretary of the Department of Interior to delegate through the Director of the National Park Services to provide financial assistance to states for outdoor recreational purposes. This appointment is dictated yearly by Congress. To be eligible for assistance through the LWCF program, states must prepare and maintain a statewide comprehensive outdoor recreational plan, or for the territory, a TCORP. The TCORP is a 5-year plan that evaluates the demand and supply of public outdoor recreational resources through the territory and identifies capital investment priorities for acquiring, developing, and protecting our outdoor recreation resources. The most recent TCORP expired in 2019. In FY 2021, DSPR received a $10,000 Technical Assistance Program grant from the Department of Interior to temporarily build our grant writing capabilities. With the TAP, we have contracted the services of a grant writer to assist us with completing the application for a planning grant available from the Department of Interior National Park Services Land and Water Conservation Fund program. The planning grant, which is estimated at $200,000, is available to states and territories to develop their territory comprehensive outdoor recreational plan. The completed TCORP will need to be certified by the governor that ample opportunity for public participation has taken place in plan development and promulgated by the Virgin Islands Legislature before the Land and Water Conservation Fund approves it. There are minimum requirements that the TCORP is expected to meet before it is approved and considered final. Once the new TCORP is approved, DSPR, who is currently the state liaison officer, until that responsibility is assigned to DPNR, will be able to access the funds appropriated to the territory by Congress yearly, an estimated $1.2 million, which I believe rolls over each year. These funds are awarded to various projects through an open project selection process to assure equal opportunity for all eligible project sponsors and all sectors of the general public to participate in the benefits of the Land and Water Conservation Fund State Assistance Program and to enable the territory to address and meet priority outdoor recreational needs. Thank you for listening, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Vincent Richard, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Carrion, committee members DeGraff, Francis Heiliger, James Sr., Joseph, and Johnson, other senators, legislative staff, and fellow testifiers. I'm Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I appear pursuant to your invitation to offer testimony on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas in support of Bill number 34-0267, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Section 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports. Amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial park system. Amending Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish a division of territorial parks and protected areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system. Amending Title 33, Chapter 111, to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund and the Recreational Parks Revolving Fund, repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes. The department understands Bill number 34-0267 will bifurcate responsibilities and clarify roles regarding the public parks between the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Primarily, the department understands the Department of Planning and Natural Resources will have responsibility for territorial parks and protected areas as defined in the proposed bill, and the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation will maintain responsibility for neighborhood parks and other areas of individual recreational use. Bill number 34-0267 will task the Department of Planning and Natural Resources with formulating and executing a long-range comprehensive conservation plan to acquire, maintain, preserve, and protect, where appropriate, privately and publicly owned properties that are suitable for development as parks and protected areas, and by operating a territorial-wide system of terrestrial and marine parks and recreational programs for the territorial park system. And these park areas will be suitable for and further developed, marketed for such outdoor leisure activities as camping, picnicking, hiking, biking, environmental education, sightseeing, boating, fishing, swimming, and other similar outdoor recreational activities for both residents of the territory and visitors alike. The Department of Property and Procurement has identified the following government-owned properties which can be developed or marketed for the use identified in this bill. For inclusion in the territorial park system, 30 properties have been identified on St. Thomas, namely Shark Island, Cocculus Rock, Cascade, Carvel Rock, number 33 Estate Mandal, number 1 Nelteberg, Calcum Key, Turtle Dove Key, Dutchman Cap, Salt Key, West Key, Big and Fat Flat Key, Little Sabre Island, Buck Island, and St. Thomas, Capella Island, Outer Brass, Dog Island, Congo Key, Bovoni Key, Water Island, Area A, also known as Sprat Bay, Water Island, Track A, also known as Fort Sagara. Parcel number 6, Hassel Island. Parcel number 7, Hassel Island. Parcel number 5, Gamle Nordsidiva, thank you. Sabanero. Number 8, GK Litton's Fancy, a portion of Tarnyburg, portion of Agnes Fancy, a portion of Denmark Hill, parcel number 8, 5B, Estate Rapoon, parcel number 300, Hospital Ground. 3 properties have been identified on St. John, namely Stephen Key, 1A and 1B Hawks Nest, also known as Oppenheimer Beach, Perkins Key. 10 properties have been identified on St. Croix, namely number 1, Long Point and Cotton Garden, also known as Kramer's Park. Number 4, Long Point and Cotton Garden. Number 5, Long Point and Cotton Garden. Parcel A, piece of land, East Point, also known as Point Udall. Fort Augusta, also known as Altona Lagoon. Number 5 and number 5, 6, Salt River. Estate Windsor. Estate, a portion of Estate Lebanon Hill. Great Salt Pond. Number 5 and number 6, Great Pond, also known as Camp Arawak. Geospatial images of the property identified above are included in Exhibit A, which is attached to my testimony for your ease of reference. The Department of Property and Procurement will work collaboratively with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources in refining the list of properties for inclusion in the territorial park system. Mr. Chair, I reiterate the department's support for bill number 334-0267, and thank you for the invitation to offer testimony at today's hearing. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Vincent Richards, for your testimony. I think this concludes the testimony portion for this block. Thank all 3 of you for providing your suggestion. I just have to say that this has been on the works for a while, and what we intend to do is really enhance and clarify what's in the statute and place within each department's jurisdiction a clear definition of what parks and recreation areas belong to which department. And like I said before, it would open the doors not only for preserving our natural resource, but also place us in a position to have the proper structure to receive more lands and also to receive federal funding to be able to protect and enhance some of the properties that were aforementioned. We will go into testimony. I also would like to recognize a non-committee member. Gittins is still with us. A non-committee member, Senator Novel Francis, is still with us this afternoon. And Senator Gittins had signed on as a co-sponsor to this bill. We would begin with the first line of questions. Senator Johnson, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the viewer and listening audience. I've been going through this list of property on the island of St. Croix, and I would like to ask Commissioner Oreo some questions. I know that this has not gone any place yet, but with Fort Augusta, what's the plan if this go through with that old fort? There's a historic Spanish fort, one of the oldest in this area. What's the plan with Fort Augusta if this plan was to go through?
Good afternoon, Senator. I can't say at this time what the plan will be. Right now, we have not engaged in any planning for any of the spaces currently. This legislation is currently the responsibilities for this is actually not within DPNR, so I cannot speak to what will happen in the future.
Do you have any knowledge of the history of Fort Augusta?
Not completely, no, Senator.
Any information on Salt River, plat number 5 and 56? With the history that
I'm
goes
sorry,
behind?
Yes, I do have history on Salt River, Senator.
And again, these property that are deemed to be turned over to your agency, there's some very historic values on these properties and some very historic sites on these properties, especially Fort Augusta. And I know there's an old fort there, and there was some plan some time back to rebuild that that fort. Nothing of your knowledge?
I'm more familiar with the Salt River property, Senator.
Thank you very much. To Commissioner White, was the territory awarded $200,000 available through the T Corp?
3 minutes.
We have not, Commissioner White, Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. No, Senator, we have not been awarded $200,000. That is what we are currently going after.
Okay, and you said that you have a grant right already on board?
That is correct.
And if I may ask, how many grants this person have written thus far?
It's actually a company. The company is Horsley Witten. I don't know how many grants there were. I know they're very popular in the territory as far as write-in grants.
To the chair, if I may, can we get a list of all the grants and how much are the contract? What's the contract for that grant writer? And how many grants have been, fulfilled thus far? If I may, through the chair. How many sites are currently under sports park and recreation preview that will be transferred to DPNR at this
2
moment?
minutes.
Do you have a number, Commissioner? Because the list is very long and I don't know. Go ahead.
I don't have a number, Senator. Currently, the majority of them, per the VI code, would be under sports park and recreation. Keep in mind that under the VI code, I think it's Title 32, Chapter 2, all public beaches are under the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation. If this move is to happen and the transfer is to happen, those beaches would then be turned over to DPNR. So it's quite a bit, a larger number of facilities.
But as we speak here today, all of these listed numbers that are there, you're not maintaining them. Is it right for me to say that?
I think that would be accurate.
All right. So, and then thank you very much. I'll go back to DPNR. What type of manpower is going
1
to
minute.
take, and how many men or women would be required to complete this project once these properties have been turned over to you?
Again, Senator, it will take an entire division that's going to be operate what it is that's envisioned for this. At this time, the first step in actually putting all of this together is after the inventory is done within the central
30
government,
seconds.
is to decide specifically what it is, each piece of property, what would be necessary in order to bring them to their maximum value point. Is it for concessions and leasing spaces in order to enhance the recreational opportunities, or do they just remain as public spaces? And then there's also going to be sharing of resources between the government agencies and the maintenance of them. So at this time, it is unknown what it will be.
Time.
One of the first things that we're saying will be necessary, and Mr. Chair, if I may conclude.
Yes, you may.
So what we're saying right now is that after the completion of a territorial outdoor recreation plan, inside of there is where you get the details to determine what level of effort, costing, those types of things will be necessary in order to bring this to fruition.
And if I may wrap up with this last question.
You may.
May I?
You may, go ahead.
So as we speak here, you have not done no kind of feasibility study to kind of figure out what's the cost is going to be to the department as far as manpower and funding in order to take on this task?
That is correct, Senator. That has not yet been completed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. You got any additional question? You wait for second round? All right. Thank you very much. So, Commissioner Oriol, this is just the first phase of the planning, right?
This isn't even a planning round.
This is
simply a transfer of responsibility from one agency to the next agency.
That's correct. Laying the foundation to then continue to build upon that. All right, I'll move on to Senator Ron James. You recognize.
Thank you, testifiers, for being here. My question to DPNR, I know in the testimony you made mention of there will need to be a long-range comprehensive conservation plan and whatever. But as far as in the short term, say for instance, today or tomorrow this becomes law. In the short term, as far as what are some of the goals you plan to do within the first 90 days of this becoming law when it comes to acquiring these properties? Can you speak to that?
Yes. So thank you for the question, Senator. The first thing we're going to do is execute an MOU with the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to continue the management of the facilities that are, in fact, actively being managed. So that means that the concession permits that are issued for places like Rainbow, for Cookie Point, those things won't fall by the wayside because they now won't be effectively under DPNR. So the first thing we'll do is execute an MOU with the SPR for the continued management of the active sites. That'll take place. The second thing is completing the entire inventory and listing. Property and procurement has started many of that. We've actually geo-referenced a number of those areas, but making sure that we have the details on each of the properties, some of them having been turned over to the government with specific deed restrictions. We need to be aware of what all of those are. So that's sort of the first set of what we'll be doing, data mining really and truly in the first 90 days, Senator.
Awesome. And I just want to make sure, when you reference in your testimony, I'm not sure if you're referring to the current bill or you're referring to something that Governor Bryan is working on, but you mentioned supporting Governor Bryan's mission to mandate that these precious natural resources be readily available to our citizens of the territory. Is that another initiative that's being working on currently?
No, that's this one right now, Senator.
Okay, just want to make sure because I was looking forward to reading that mandate. It was brought to my attention by the good senator from Frederickstead. But as far as return on investment, revenues, I hope and pray that moving forward, that once you acquire these properties, we can find some way to make some money off of it, whether it's through tourism, having visitors come and experience these areas. And I'm not expecting you to say all that today. That's long-term planning. It's going to take some time. By the end of the day, I just hope and pray with this passage of this bill, we can see some return on investment with it. As far as manpower, that's a whole nother story. And as we speak about manpower, I know several times you came before this body, I asked you about getting law enforcement officers within DPNR. How is that coming along?
2
Because
minutes.
once you acquire some of these beach properties, you're going to need it.
So to answer the first part of your question, Senator, the law enforcement, we don't have anybody in the academy right now, but between September of last year and March of this year, we onboarded 4 new officers, 3 in the St. Thomas district, 1 in the St. Croix district, and we are about, I believe, to have another enforcement officer in the St. Croix district join us before the end of the summer. But we are continuing to recruit our law enforcement officers specifically. But regardless of this bill, the enforcement officers still have the mandates in and along the shorelines for the protection of the resources across the territory. So we still have those obligations. But there will in fact be necessary manpower, whether, again, if we are actively managing a particular site for an outdoor recreation opportunity, or even if it's just to administer the programs that will offer concession opportunities to the public, and we make money off of them, but keeping them low impact right now.
Awesome. And it was made mention of by the author of this
30
bill
seconds.
that there's opportunities for us as a VA government to receive funds, grants, and whatever the case may be. Just off the top of your head, by us passing this bill, can you think of any funding we can tap into that will be able to assist with the acquiring of these properties?
So it's not only by the passage of this bill, Senator, but as Commissioner White mentioned, the passage of the Territorial Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
So by actually completing and submitting to the Department of Interior T-Corp or Territorial Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, we automatically become eligible for approximately $1.3 million of funding. In addition to that, there's also now President Biden has launched the America the Beautiful program, which presents additional opportunities for enhancing or restoring outdoor recreational areas within the territory. So those are just two opportunities right off the top of my head that I can think of additional funding being eligible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I do support this measure as a no-brainer, and I hope and pray that once this transition, and it's going to take some time for DPNR to get up to par as far as acquiring these properties and maintaining them, but I really hope 20 years from now we can sit back and say, wow, we're bringing in revenues and things are happening for the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, Senator James. And along your line, bringing revenues is one thing, but also preserving our history and preserving our land and protecting those crucial areas, it's also important because as we move forward, we know a lot of construction is taking place. We need to ensure that we have green spaces available for generations to come. So they will be at the discretion of the commissioner and director. Lands that will have some improvements for recreational purposes, maybe picnics, hiking, of historical value, but there's some areas that it's important that we preserve and we keep untouched in its virgin state for generations to come to be able to enjoy. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers as well as the staff here at the legislature. Commissioner Oriole, does DPNR has the capacity to, from a staff standpoint, to handle this at the moment outside of what you might do with the Memorandum of Understanding between you and Sports Parks and Recreation?
Senator, no, we have been trying to bring on board additional staff to assist us. We believe that the additional staff that'll be necessary is going to be about 3 persons to just start with the framework and then going through the planning exercise as well.
I know this has to do with the transfer section, but in anticipation of that, was there any work done to see the potential economic impact of any of this happening, development of some of these locations and what it possibly could mean economically to this territory?
Yes, Senator. So, and that I think is one of the big impetuses for the creation of the trust. This is a discussion that has been happening for decades. And what has happened is that persons who want to donate land, funding for the natural resources and such have over the last several years that at least I've been around, feel more comfortable with a trust setup and having a board of directors and things get placed directly into the trust. If we look at a parallel program, which is called the Caribbean Challenge Initiative, that most of the CARICOM countries are involved in, They also have trusts set up to maintain the funding that the state or country puts in for their state park system. And then they're eligible for private donations from private entities, matching funds, if you will, in order to move and advance the certain initiative
So
forward.
by doing this, this would potentially open additional doors for funding as well as donors that might have an ease of use of saying, hey, we're willing to do this. Okay, excellent. Where do you guys think you're going to tap to get these funding for these potentially additional 3 people?
So Senator, actually, this year, fiscal year 2022, the 34th legislature did allot to us $250,000. So we developed earlier this year
2 minutes.
the scope of work for the territorial director, park director position. We did shop it around. Unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of takers. So, you know, we're reaching out through networks to, you know, we really want to be able to bring somebody with some park experience into the team in DPNR to be able to assist us. But it's going to be a little bit different because, again, we're building something sort of from the ground up.
Okay.
But we have been looking for several months and trying to get that in bringing on board people. Had a lot of interest. We're also looking at some internal candidates as well.
Okay. Well, when it comes to grant writing, you guys actively plan on pursuing someone that could be full-time, or because I'm hearing the creation of these different things, but I also know we have to maintain it with money. And I know
1 minute.
When it comes to heritage and preserved properties, there's a lot of funding out there that this agency or both agencies could keep actively going after. Do you intend on trying to get someone full-time as a grant writer?
So I would say, Senator, that if you work for DPNR, you automatically become a grant writer. and that's why of our $70 million budget, we only get 10 million from the central government. 55 million of it is coming from writing our grants and such. So it's definitely something that we include in the job specification. But the opportunities, like you said, they are out there, primarily under USDA and the forestry programs, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And some of these, we've actually been doing some background work this year to get ourselves in the conversation for the Southeastern District. If I may conclude, Senator.
You may.
And so we've gotten ourselves now aligned with the region, and they had never heard from us really on a lot of the wildlife grants. And so we've positioned ourselves now, you know, alerting them that hey, we will in fact be coming in, making ourselves known, particularly opportunities so that we can develop our product here in the territory.
Excellent, thank you. Just to wrap up, I am in support of this piece of legislation because as a Virgin Islander, I'm very proud to have been born and raised on an island, and we have beautiful properties here. And if we're going to utilize some of them as pristine locations as well as developing some for use, I think by doing this assists us in a way that we could push forward and make it happen in a positive way. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
You're very, very welcome. And thank you for your line of questioning. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to you and colleagues and the people of the Virgin Islands, as well as the testifiers. My line of questioning is going to begin with the Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Vincent Richards. Kindly indicate for us if any developer has approached the department regarding forming any public-private partnership to develop any of the areas that you have identified.
Vincent Richards from Property and Procurement. Senator, at this point, no one has approached us about anything that's any of the properties that are on the list that I can recall. I could tell you that there's one key that we left off of the list intentionally. That's Whistling Key in St. John. We left it off the list intentionally because the central government is in the discussions with the U.S. National Park Service to swap that key for land on St. John to construct a school on St. John. So besides that property, there's no discussions at the moment for anything that's on the list.
Okay, and Hans Lalick is not owned by the government?
Hans Lalick is not owned by the government, Senator. Hans Lalick is owned by a private concern.
Okay.
No, so correction, Senator. No, I'm sorry. It's not owned by the government, but there is a contractual agreement with Hans Lalick.
Okay, it's a contractual agreement.
3 minutes.
Okay, I'm not going to dive into that because I think it's going to confuse everything else. I don't want to go into that little area, but I just wanted to make sure that we are aware that Hans Lalick is there with the government. I wanted to also ask you, Commissioner Oriole, are any of these keys that are listed in the St. Thomas district, particularly in an area of particular concern?
Yes, Senator. Several are listed in an area in APC.
Okay, APC. And do you go ahead?
APC reaches out 3 miles. So
Right.
some of them are.
Right. And so I know as far as the APCs are concerned, you are to put in place, DPNR is supposed to put in place a management plan for
2
those
minutes.
APC areas. Would that be part of what you will be doing should this piece of legislation pass?
Not specifically for the entire APC. Some of them do have management plans. But if we propose to enhance or create outdoor recreational opportunities on some of those keys, there will be a specific management plan for that key, kind of like how we have for Cass Key right now.
Okay, that's what I was thinking, that you would do that. Then I also want to switch to you, Commissioner White, because we do have some other parks that are not in the inventory that was supplied by Department of Property and Procurement. So how would those parks would be the ones that would
1
remain
minute.
under your auspices and management?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, and the beaches, just to clarify, the beaches would now all switch to DPNR. So all the work that
Yes,
you've
the
done
new
in
territorial
getting,
park division.
and how many employees do you think will be transitioning from your department to support DPNR in the management?
So the
30
MOU is going
seconds.
to allow us to still assist the DPNR with maintaining some of these facilities. If I was to pick a particular set of employees, the only employees that I think would fall under the transferring of this division would be the lifeguards on the beaches that are now currently under DSPR.
Okay. Quickly, because my time is really running through quickly. I wanted to also ask DPNR. I do have some
Time.
concerns. Mr. Chairman, may I wrap up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I do have some concerns regarding enforcement. I've been going back and forth and hitting head with Commissioner Oriole because there's a number of areas that needs more enforcement, and that's one of my major concern with this proposal going under DPNR, that we need to really ramp up the enforcement areas, and I'm hoping that possibly this would be something and a mechanism to do that, to ramp up the level of enforcement that we need to see happening at DPNR. Mr. Chairman, I really want to applaud you for the foresight in sponsoring this bill and putting together this legislation. And I thank you so much for affording me the time to ask and finalize my question.
You're welcome, Senator. Commissioners?
Well, I didn't hear a question in there.
So
Senator.
I'll go first. I remember last year's hearing and particularly speaking with Senator Carrion that enforcement was one of the areas that this department lacked in. Having to manage and maintain our public beaches, a lot of the times when lifeguards or our staff got into disagreements, we would have to pick up the phone and call whether it's DPNR enforcement or VIPD. The suggestion at that time was either to make this department or allow this department to have an enforcement arm, or do what we were trying to do now by transferring those powers to DPNR where they already have enforcement.
Good. I think it's a perfect work for both departments, because I remember that hearing you're stating the challenges within your department for enforcement and how most instances you would have to call into DPNR for assistance. DPNR already has a Marine unit set up, an enforcement arm, and the SPR doesn't. Senator Novelle Francis, you're recognized for your minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you, to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I want to commend you for this, in my opinion, excellent piece of legislation. It's critical that we continue to maintain our green space throughout the territory. I think it's critical as we continue to have this discussion regarding climate change and global warming, that we need to make sure that we're protecting our green space and creating green belts around the territory. It also falls in line with correspondence that I had written to the delegate on where we really wanted to consider the Virgin Islands as a national heritage area. And in fact, there's a tremendous amount of funding that's available to support this endeavor. And as we continue to, and I know I've had discussion with the administration in respect to this territorial park system, because it's really essential as we continue to move forward. When we talk about bike path and just usable spaces, and minimizing the creation of a concrete jungle, I think is critical. Deputy Commissioner Richards, is the Protestant key deliberately left off of this listing as well, for the obvious reason?
Good afternoon, Senator Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Yes, it is, because there is a tenant on the property, and we are in negotiations for developing the property, Senator.
Right.
Well, the answer is yes.
Outside of that, that would have been a part of our, or is it a part of our inventory as well, correct?
Could have been, Senator. Yes, sir. Don't trap me, please.
No slide here. I just want to make sure that we maintain what belongs to us. That's all. So, I believe that when we talk about this comprehensive plan, I really want us to think long and hard about this, because I think it's critical. This is a very important piece of legislation, and it should not
3
be
minutes.
hurried. I mean, yes, we could move the legislation and just move the ownership over to DPNR, but I believe that there must be a comprehensive discussion. I believe that we should perhaps even engage our community, have town halls or whatever, in respect to really moving, to get their input and what we would like to see in this territory. Commissioner Oreo, are you open to that? Yes, this legislation should go forward, but when we talk about this whole long-range comprehensive plan, are you open to have a public discussion and get the public's input on this?
So Senate Calvert White, Commissioner of Sports, Park and Recreation, I could address that. The company that is doing the initial stages, Horsley Witten, has written several T Corps. They've written one in Rhode Island, and I think the Mariana Islands. Ironically, you add public engagements. That is part of their scope, Senator.
2 minutes.
They have to incorporate recent natural hazard impacts, incorporate outdoor recreational providers, creation of digital and GIS inventory, completion of conditions assessments, completion of ADA accessible review, updated trends and demographics, the 2020 census, and then there is a robust public engagement part of this comprehensive plan. So you are correct. That is part of what we are going to be doing. The public input is part of this T-Corp.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Commissioner, because I think it's important that we have that discussion because the reality is that we don't have every tourist or local wants to really come to go to Main Street to buy jewelry or but they want to sightsee. They want to look at the indigenous birds that we have here in the territory. So I think it's critical that we're having that discussion about how we really preserve our all green spaces throughout. So, Commissioner Ori, I know that you spoke to the fact that there will be an MOU, MOA in place with Sports Park and Recreation. Is there any effort, you believe, on a short range that then you'll assume all of the responsibility, or do you see this as Sports Park and Recreation will continue to manage those areas that fall within their purview?
30 seconds.
So, Senator, what we envision is that it will, in fact, be a long-range arrangement. Part of it is because, again, there's a lot of equipment that's already inside DSPR for the maintenance, and they're still going to need that equipment for their other, ballparks and such. And so, through assistance, we can collaborate together to not have to buy a new set of equipment and all of those things. Mr. Chair, if I may conclude.
Yes, you may.
And then at the same time as well, we recognize that, some of the operating budget that DSPR uses for the maintenance of these parks is through their concession agreements and such. And so, again, the MOU presents an opportunity to allow for us to still maintain services at some of the sites that we will take management care of, but then also at the same time, it allows, for DSPR to maintain some of the operational budget that is not directly general fund funded.
Very well. Thank you. I think that you three gentlemen make a good team, and you could continue to work collectively to really move this legislation forward. It's important, and it's important to the people of the Virgin Islands that we're creating these type of legislation and a territorial park service. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I am full support of this whenever it comes to the committee of jurisdiction that I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis, also for your advocacy and your level of involvement when it comes to our territory and its park and natural resource. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. Commissioner White, thanks for being here with us all day, man.
Anything for you, Senator.
All right. Deputy Commissioner Richards, I knew you mentioned Gamble North City Valley, and I was trying to picture in my mind that was on the list for one of these properties, because I know what Gamble North City Valley is, and for the life of me, I can't figure where can we have three North City Valleys. You're gonna answer if you don't know, but me, I know have Gamble, Nye, and the North City Valley. Where, if you know, or Commissioner, any one of you, Gamble North City Valley would be on this listing for?
It's good afternoon, Senator Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement. It's a water catchment that's right above.
I know exactly. Okay,
Southland.
I know it is. Yeah.
And we chose to include the catchments that are sitting there because they have historical significance.
Right.
And we just offered them up as a suggestion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
If I may clarify one thing,
yes, sir.
I noticed there's talks about changing of ownership of the property. The ownership of these properties would never change. They're deeded to the government of the Virgin Islands, and no department has ownership of properties. They just basically would take over responsibility and management of the actual property.
Okay, thank you for that. Now it makes sense. I got it. Okay, and I stand in support of this bill 100%. Kudos to the bill sponsor. I also sign on to it. But on page 3, it said privately and publicly owned properties that are suitable for development as parks or protected areas and other operating territory-wide system of terrestrial and marine parks, recreational programs for the cultural, educational, recreational, environmental,
3 minutes.
economic the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands, known as the territorial park system. The privately and publicly owned, how would we go about getting the privately owned properties under this? If you mean in the short version, Commissioner Oriel.
Sure, Senator. Jean-Pierre Oriel, Commissioner for DPNR. So, Commissioner, what the trust component actually does is for the giving, the bequeathing of land to the government for these purposes. That's one avenue.
Okay.
And then there's also an existing avenue where you could work with a private entity to have land registered or titled as a conservation easement. And so if it's going to be not trading the ownership, but maybe it's preserved green space and such,
2 minutes.
DPNR can certify that, and then you would end up getting a break on your property taxes from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, the vacancies in your 23 budget, you and Commissioner White, in your vacancies 23 budget, the monies that you have in your 23 budget, once this bill is passed, would you be able to start anything out of your 23 budget in terms of personnel hiring, maybe based on your vacancies and stuff like that?
So the 3 persons that we requested and received in the 22 budget will continue in the 23
okay,
budget.
Good. And finally, the parks, also in the bill, it said the granting of concessions, charging of rents, fees,
1 minute.
other amounts donated, transferred, or appropriated from whatever source to the Division of Territorial Parks Protected. Is that happening presently in terms of people charging fees and rents and stuff? And which department collects that presently?
So currently, the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation collects those revenues. So I'll give you an example. On Cookie Beach, we have
30
concessions out
seconds.
there. Those vendors pay us monthly rent. We were fortunate to work out with DPNR that facilities such as that the department currently depends on for our territorial park revenue will remain under the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. I mean, not that DPNR doesn't deserve it also, but I just want to make sure because I know you needed that. And in closing, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may.
Would it basically be run like how I guess on St. John has a national park where that's run under the federal government? Would the idea we are trying to get at be similar to that type of model?
I'd say so, Senator. I mean, the idea is to preserve in place and then offer as many natural holdings as we can. So that can be, minimal impact, just having trails and things like that. Even for example, if we use Buck Island, one of the restrictions on Buck Island was that we have to have a management plan for visitation. So we can enhance our product by having a management plan for hiking on Buck Island, and then now be able to issue concessions for people to be able to bring a limited number of people up there. And so the idea would be to identify which things that we're going to have as an offering and which things that we want to preserve in place as much as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraff. Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Yes, as I had the opportunity to review this bill, not in its entirety, but partially the other day. I truly like the concept, and I signed on immediately. And I do still believe in it, but of course I have some concerns. And let me ask, what's the intent with regards to the since we're talking about parks and recreational areas? The recreational areas that we're talking about would be like Kramer's Park, Frederickstead Pool, Fort Frederick Beach, etc. Correct, Commissioner White? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think if we was to break it down, Senator, we would just say the non-sporting facilities, non-sporting recreational areas is what we're looking at.
Y'all always twist it. So I'm asking about Kramer's Park, Fort Frederick Beach, Frederickstead Pool. Would they be the ones to move over? Yes or no?
I know for a fact Kramer's Park is on the list. I don't know if the pool is currently on the list.
Okay.
But the pool is near the beach, so by default, it will be transferred. Yes, the answer is yes, Senator. Yes.
Okay, right. It's just a yes or no. The reason I'm asking is because I want to go into the next one to ask whether or not the personnel assigned to these areas will also be transferred. Is it the intent to have those employees transferred over as well, especially the lifeguards?
3 minutes.
So I'm thinking you just came in, Senator.
Yeah,
so
I just came back
I
in.
previously stated that the only personnel that I could see being transferred with this legislation is the lifeguards.
Okay, and yes, to your thing, I just walked back in, and so they will move over. You know, I'm gonna really have to take a look at this, because I'm wondering. I really believe in this concept, but I'm not totally comfortable on it moving over under DPNR. DPNR already have its hand full, and one of the things that I don't see moving under DPNR is I don't see any movements on our libraries, and I'm very concerned about that. We just set up invasive species fund
2 minutes
to take care of these snakes on St. Croix. I'm not seeing any movement on this, and now we're saying that we're going to take an important piece like this now to say that we're going to put it under DPNR. So I'm going to continue to look at this and work with the primary sponsor on this a little closer. Now, Commissioner, you spoke of the $10,000 TAP grant from the Department of Interior to temporarily build your grant writing capabilities within your department. You further responded to my colleague from Frederickstead saying that you've contracted an outside source to do this grant writing, correct?
Correct.
So do you have any of your full-time staff working along this contractor, assisting with writing the grant?
Yes, Senator, I do.
You do? Okay, good. So they'll be able to take over. And are they assisting you with the application for the actual planning grant for that? That's in the amount of $200,000, right? That's
correct, Senator.
That will eventually or that will assist you to develop or update the
TCOR.
30 seconds.
Which is the Territorial Comprehensive Outdoor Recreational Plan. Now, I think you stated some 1.2, but isn't it 1.6 million?
I think I stated 1.6. It is 1.6.
Okay, I think I saw in your testimony, in the testimony you have here 1.2. So I just wanted to make sure. Now,
time.
If I may, or you're gonna have a second round?
Yeah, you may finish
All
up,
right.
wrap up.
Just quickly, my last is how DPNR. how would we ensure private landowners who wish to donate property for the purpose of these parks and whatnot, that their land would be utilized for the intended use? How do we guarantee them?
So, Senator, if anybody donates land, they can put the deed restriction in as to how it is used.
Now, we would know that that's what they would do. I'm asking what assurances would we, as a government, be able to assure them? Because people aren't trusting the government as they used to. So I'm asking, how would we, or what would we do to ensure that they that we will live up to what their expectations are?
So as I stated earlier, the mechanism to create the trust and the board of the trust is where the land donation or any sort of gift to the government would take place. And so if the board or the trust is going to authorize any funds for the development of any parcel that's been turned over with a deed restriction, that will be the condition on the monies, that it must be developed in concert with what the deed restriction is. So there is a protections clause by going through the trust, if you will.
Okay, thank you. We have a lot of vacant and abandoned properties, especially in our downtown areas. Have we taken a look at developing what they call pocket parks? You've heard of that term before?
I have not, Senator. I can say that we DPNR have not looked at that.
They're typically smaller areas that's like around an acre or smaller, and it's used for green space in various communities and whatnot. So I'm asking if we could also take a look at that so that we could develop our downtown areas, bring back some economic life, and this could also be utilized to help beautify and keep us healthy. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and eventually I'll call my buddy here, my old classmate offline, and see if we could get a listing of those abandoned properties in the downtown areas that I'm speaking of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, if I may add, you know, me and Commissioner Oriel have had the conversations of the lifeguards moving from Sports Park and Recreation to DPNR. I will admit I wasn't too happy with that happening. Recently, we did switch our lifeguards from just lifeguards to lifeguards / swim instructors. As all of you are aware, this department have a yearly swim instruction classes. We also have swim camps that we are very proud of. So I'm sure me and Commissioner Oriel would have that conversation on whether or not the lifeguard stays with the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation, or they are transferred to DPNR.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thanks to my colleagues. What would you, Commissioner Oreo, and the same question to Commissioner White, in a nutshell, what you would say would be are the benefits of this legislation?
So I can start. I think the benefits are that, you know, DPNR, particularly with our existing division, so coastal zone management, the Division of Fish and Wildlife, you know, there's existing management responsibilities for our natural areas. And so I think that the legislation to move now the greater management of these natural park areas in particular, and scenic overlooks, you know, processing for our historic properties that can in fact be restored. I think those things fall into the overall mission of DPNR. And so that's where the primary benefit of the legislation lies. It's aligning the purpose of the territorial park within the department, that this is already part of the overall mission.
And of course, in Title III of Virgin Islands Code, subsection 401, where it speaks about the powers and duties of the department, you are responsible. One of the things in section B3 says to foster, promote, undertake programs and projects for the conservation and development of natural resources in the United States Virgin Islands, and so on. Within what your commission as a department to do really falls aligned with being stewards, managing these lands that we have now. Like you said, it's like the perfect glove for the hand. It's the right fit for what your department has been doing. Apart from that, I believe the department has been doing a good job when it comes to managing federal grants through various divisions within your department, whether it's wildlife, whether it's marine fishery, and so forth, and have been stewards of the resources that we have. Commissioner White?
Yeah, I would share the Commissioner Oriel's sentiments. I think already under the auspices of DPNR, they have the regulations to protect our natural parks. What it allows Sports Park and Recreation to do is now more focus on our sporting facilities while giving assistance to DPNR. We have a unique situation where, currently, like I said, the beaches are under Sports Park and Recreation. But then once you get into that water, you now fall under the jurisdiction of DPNR. I think by placing everything under one department takes away a lot of the mismanagement that we've had in previous year, where one department is responsible for the sand and land area, and then another department is responsible for the water. It will now just be the responsibility on the DPNR.
Correct. And this piece of legislation doesn't speak to transferring of employees. I just want to make that clear. What we're talking here, what we're doing is enhancing, improving, and clarifying the statute to ensure that the management and operation and management of these protected areas and parks are under DPNR. Deputy Commissioner Richards, I did not hear within your listing, and I know this is a listing that it's ongoing. You're revising the inventory. I'm sure that things that are not included that might be included later on. But I'm curious to hear, do we have any property on Water Island? I know you mentioned St. John, St. Thomas,
Vincent,
St. Croix.
Your last part of your sentence, last part of your question was came in broken up. Can you repeat, Senator?
I just wanted for you to clarify if we have any property in Water Island that will be subject to this bill moving forward, will be impacted by it.
A matter of fact, in my testimony that and the list I submitted to your office, item number 20 and 21 are both on St. Thomas. And I'm sorry, on Water Island, I apologize. There is an area it's called Sprat Bay. Okay. It's a pretty significantly large tract, and I did include the exhibits as well that shows you the area. Good. And then there's also an area called Fort Sagara. It's called Track. It's referred to as Track A. It has significant historical value to it as well. So there's at least two parts, if not a third.
Thank you for clearing that up. And Deputy Commissioner Richards, when was the last time GVI government purchased or acquired land for conservation purposes, for green space purposes?
Senator, honestly, I can't answer that question intelligently right now. I honestly can't answer that question right now.
Okay. If you could provide that information, to this committee.
Senator,
I appreciate it.
I think I might have the answer.
Okay.
Smith Bay Park in 2009 was purchased by the central government off of eminent domain in St. Thomas.
Thank you for sharing that. And then Commissioner Oreo, what about beachfront property? I know we are having a lot of development within the territory, and the prime locations are beachfront property. Are we aware when was the last time the government acquired or received through donation of deed any beachfront property? And is there any plan in that regard to be able to preserve for our people beachfront property?
So Senator, again, well, I would say that the last one that I'm aware of in terms of beachfront is in fact Smith Bay Park. But so there are a lot of areas throughout the territory that actually have beach access sites that is owned by the government. The other thing that the government does is protect beach access through the issuance of permits to larger developments and maintaining the access to the shoreline. So where we might not go out and purchase an entire property, because again, that nowadays in 21st century dollars, you're talking millions. We do protect the right of easement for the Virgin Islanders to be able to go in order to ensure that they have access to those sites.
You recognize Senator Joseph for point of information. Please recognize the senator's mic, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify on the record for a comment that Commissioner Oriole mentioned relative to Smith Bay Park purchase. It was actually in 2006. I was intimately involved in lobbying for the government's purchase as a president of the Environmental Association of St. Thomas and St. John. So I recall that vividly. It would be 2006, Commissioner, and that's when the Smith Bay Park was also established. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for that clarification.
Thank you. Senator Johnson, you recognize we're going into a second round. So 2-minute second round.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I need some help from Mr. Vincent Richards with Assistant Commissioner. Where is this great salt pan actually located?
The Crucians, we'll call it Eastern, Senator, the southern side, southeastern side of St. Croix.
Well, right underneath that, number 10 is Camp Arawak and Great Pan. Is it related to that same area?
No, Senator. The track that Camp Arawak sits on, I believe, is different than the track that referred to as a Great Salt Pond.
Two different property totally?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chair. I'll pass the rest of my time. Thank you.
All right, Senator Javon James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Once again, I stand in support of this measure. Like I asked earlier, my only concern is in the long term, we will need the necessary human resources, manpower to make sure that they can take on this task. And I know nothing happens overnight in government, so I'm not even expecting much in the first year. I'm just hoping and praying as we continue with the conversations with the MOU, we are able to hash out everything and come to some reasonable understanding. And as the time goes by, this body can do the necessary passage of legislation to make sure you have the resources, whether it's putting more money in the budget, whatever the case may be. But I just want to say thank you to the sponsor of this measure. I do stand in support of this. And let's just make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have some follow-up questions, and they're primarily directed at Commissioner Oriole. Commissioner Oriole, how many boats do you have in your inventory at DPNR currently?
Currently, we have total. We have 7, Senator.
7. Are you able to indicate which island district has 4 or 3? How much do you have for each island district? Are you able to indicate that? Because my line of questioning.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the St. Thomas district, I have 1 enforcement boat in the water now, another one scheduled to be in the water by the end of this month. And I have 2 fish and wildlife vessels in the water in the St. Thomas district. In St. Croix, I have
1 minute.
2 enforcement vessels and 1 fish and wildlife vessel.
Okay, so how much more boats do you anticipate that you will need to carry out the enforcement arm of this proposal?
So DPNR has already contracted to purchase 4 additional
30
enforcement
seconds.
units, vessels themselves, and an additional 4 rapid response craft, so shallow water. And we expect all of those to come online early next year.
And that would be sufficient for you to provide the enforcement needed for these keys specifically?
We'll definitely have a ride out there, but it depends on what your definition of enforcement on the keys is, Senator.
Okay. I'm just concerned, like I am with DPNR enforcement, and just making sure it has people out there and the bodies there to really carry out the intent of the law that's being proposed today. So that's just my concern. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
You're welcome. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you recognize.
Good afternoon once again. Quickly, Commissioner Oriole, I want to know in regards to identifying, have you guys identified or you're planning on working with preservation groups? I know you started to talk about people coming and donating, but there's already existing groups out there that could potentially assist you guys with identifying other locations that, do you guys plan on working with them, or are you currently engaged with any preservation groups?
Absolutely, Senator. Like I said, this is something that is ages old. I personally was first working with the Nature Conservancy on a number of the things that we're discussing here, some of the larger tracts of land that are in part of the discussion in terms of what the potentials are. There's also the ability to work with the VI Trust for Public Land, because again, that is an entity who is out there and it's supposed to be an intermediate stop for land, but it's to be preserved. And so those are the types of all the entities that are out there that will enable us to fulfill a goal of conservation and preservation is who will be working.
Okay, thank you. Property and procurement. I know you were sharing a listing of the various properties. I would like to know, what was the strategy created to come up with some of these listings and how you guys compiled this listing? What was the whole thought process as to how some of these things even made it on the list?
Thank you, Senator Vincent Richards, Property and Procurement. Honestly, I mean, I called some experts and folks in the community to give me insight and suggestions. I called folks that were inside government, outside government. These 2 gentlemen to my right, I work with them closely at all times. So it was a collaborative effort.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
And you're welcome, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you are recognized for your point of inquiry.
My question is to the Commissioner of DPNR. Are your staff back full with you, or are they still on the task force?
My enforcement staff?
Yes, sir.
No, they're all returned to the department, Senator.
You said they have returned.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Senator DeGraff, you are recognized for your 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Sorry. 2 minutes, Senator.
Okay, 2
DeGraff.
minutes. First, I vote yes. We'll go to the vote one time. What I'd like to know finally would be what is the process now if any fines have to be levied on anyone regarding issues from what presently stands now in terms of these properties, whatever they do, is anything like that in place? Any fining system, or would it have to be just, I guess, you take them to court or whatever, or you don't have anything like that in place?
Senator, it is a confused answer, to tell you the truth.
Mm-hmm.
If you want that, I could give it to you. Again, there's a lot of legislation with penalties that are on the books, but the departments that have some of those responsibilities were not given the authorizations to take those things on.
1 minute.
And so the only enforcement group that can currently enforce those is the VIPD. A perfect example is the law with dogs on beaches, where you have to have them no longer than 6 foot on a leash. So that is not entrusted to DPNR's officers, even though the world thinks that they are in fact entrusted to DPNR's officers. DPNR's
30
officers
seconds.
enforce boating safety as well as fishing regulations by law. And so there currently is only the VIPD that can take on enforcing an infraction on the beach in that manner as a ticketable offense. And so these are the types of things that additional rules and regulations, so not necessarily or not at all statute will address, but rather rules and regulations will have to be built out in order to create and empower the enforcement abilities that we need in order to be able to operate properly.
Okay, so in closing, then it will probably need to also be in statute because, again, VIPD is the only entity law enforcement that can address it. So we have to put it in statute for your agency and all other law enforcement local to be able to address it?
No, it wouldn't necessarily need to be in the statute.
Okay.
Because right now, what will take place is that we are trying to empower our officers through the issuance of being able to write tickets.
Okay.
And so we have to petition the court for what it is they're able to write tickets for. Currently, those things are limited to boating enforcement as well as fisheries regulations, and not some of these other things that happen along the beach, even though my officers are the ones that you will typically see on the beach.
Okay, that's something to keep in mind. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator DeGraff. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had to come back to the floor because when I hear certain things, I mean, it makes me chuckle. And I didn't get to take a look, but I believe it's under Title 23. Our law enforcement officers here in the territory are peace officers and come under one umbrella. And a DPNR officer, a Department of Licensing and Consumer officer, a taxi cab commission officer, all of them have the full authority as long as they have went through that law enforcement police academy with the post certification, can actually enforce any laws on the Virgin Islands Code. So, I mean, this thing about continuing to saying that DPNR officers don't have the authority for these ticketable offense and whatnot, they could write traffic citations
1 minute.
under Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, and they're not traffic officers. So, I mean, let's not continue to say that our law enforcement, probably that's why law enforcement is so a little leery right now, because we don't know what we can do. So please, all of them, even the court marshals, every one of them can write a traffic citation, can arrest anyone for a violation of
30
the
seconds.
criminal code, or write a citation under the traffic code. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I suspect we need to, let me first, before we go to closing out, we'll ask the sponsor of the legislation to speak, and I'll recognize him. Senator Carrion, you are recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the testifiers also for supporting this measure. Like I said in the beginning in my introduction, this is about preserving our heritage. This is about preserving our natural resource, which is our land, our beaches. And I feel very proud and excited about this piece of legislation, which clarifies and enhances what we have in the statute to ensure that for generations to come, we have green spaces available, some of which will be developed to maybe create hiking paths and bike paths in some other areas, and some others would be protected as protected areas. I want to thank the Office of the Governor for their collaboration and their legal office department, the legal office, legal counsel here in the legislature for their support, and all the stakeholders. And I want to also say for the record that I will be meeting with various stakeholders this week to ensure that any major concerns are addressed, as this bill will be heard again in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, as it garners the necessary support today, and we can make any amendments necessary and gather further information to be able to improve this piece of legislation. I want to thank my colleagues for their support, and I want to encourage them to vote in the affirmative this afternoon, because this would not only benefit us, but generations to come. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Do I hear a motion? Kindly recognize Senator Carrion's mic.
Motion.
You're recognized, Senator Carrion, for your motion.
I move that bill number 34-0267 enact amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating to the duties of the Department of Sports, Park, and Recreation to include the duties to develop neighborhood parks and recreation areas primarily designed to provide facility for teams, recreational, or individual sports, amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial park system, and amending Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and Protected Areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system, amending Title 33, Chapter 3, to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund and the Recreational Park Revolving Fund, repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes. Be voted upon favorably and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
The Bill 34-0267 has been moved by Senator Carrion, seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Javon E. James Sr., Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, You as
Andy
well?
Graff.
And Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dame M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yay. Senator Carla Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne. Senator Stephen D. Payne, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion, yay. Ms. Chair, we have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0267, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 18, Section 302, relating the duties of the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation to include the duty to develop neighborhood parks or recreation areas primarily designed to provide facilities for team, recreational, or individual sports, amending Title 3, Chapter 22, Section 401, to direct the department to identify, supervise, administer, manage, regulate, and control all sites within the territorial park system, amending Title 32, Chapter 2, to establish the Division of Territorial Parks and protected areas within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to establish and maintain a territorial park system, amending Title 33, Chapter 111, to establish in the Treasury of the Virgin Islands the Territorial Park System Revolving Fund and the Recreational Parks Revolving Fund, repealing Title 3, Section 308, Title 32, Chapter 4, and for other related purposes have been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Youth, Sports, and Recreation and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Thank you so much. We will now allow the individuals who are here to testify on this bill to present a 30-second wrap-up. We'll first begin with you, Commissioner Oriole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start my wrap-up, since he likes to watch legit TV on the weekends, I just wanted to say happy birthday to my father, whose birthday is tomorrow, and also my niece, Carolina Oriole, whose birthday is also tomorrow. Je t'embrasse, Papa. I just wanted to say that, I think Senator Carrion said it, very casually, but it's the glove that fits. It's something that DPNR, as part of our mission, part of our mandate, is responsible for the natural resources of this territory, and to have a system of protected areas and parks within our department, it certainly makes sense. So I thank all of the senators who signed on and agree, and we look forward to the implementation. We just ask everyone to be patient, as this will not be an overnight process, but through hard work and a lot of additional funding that we plan on going after, we know that we will make the territorial system, the dream from 1972, come true properly. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Oriole. Commissioner White, you can put your closing remarks.
Senator, I'll transfer my 30 seconds to Senator Franklin Johnson so he could let you guys know that the guy did find the email from the last hearing so that he can apologize.
Assistant Commissioner Richards, you're recognized. Deputy Commissioner Richards.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you for allowing us to participate. Again, the listing that we provided is a dynamic listing. It's open to additions and subtractions. And DPP, Department of Property and Procurement, looks forward to continue to support both Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation in this transformational property management endeavor. And as we build out our capacity at Department of Property and Procurement, to digitize our property management capabilities, both for agricultural, submerged, and residential and commercial property, to make it accessible to the general public through access via, a PC, a handheld device, a tablet, any such thing. So we look forward to continuing the support of this endeavor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Richards. And having heard all three of your closings remarks this afternoon, I just want to once again express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your collaboration in this measure. Again, I want to also say thank you to my staff, my Chief of Staff, Ms. Andrew, and the whole team in my office, also legal counsel, and the Office of the Governor, their legal counsel, Attorney Warren, and all the nonprofit organizations such as Ms. Jennifer Valius, for her input, and other nonprofit organizations and stakeholders. We will continue to meet to ensure that everyone has a seat to the table and to improve what we have thus far. I want to also, in closing today, I think we finish up with a great note this afternoon. So thank to my colleagues for their support, and I want to thank also media for always, and central staff for the work that they do to allow all these committee hearings to go forward. So having no further business today, the Committee on Youth, Sports, Park, and Recreation is here adjourned. Thank you. Have a good evening.